Hello, my name is Nick Pope, formerly from the British UFO Desk, and you're listening to the Galactic Family Podcast.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Galactic Family Podcast, where we explore the hidden realms of consciousness, contact, and the unseen forces shaping our reality. Today, we're joined by a true master of the shadows, Dr. Richard Spence, historian, author, and seeker of truths. Dr. Spence has spent his life uncovering the secret history of our world, where spies meet sorcerers and secret societies pull unseen strings. Prepare to enter the liminal zone, where the occult, espionage, and cosmic forces converge. Dr. Spence, welcome to the Galactic Family Podcast. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, I'm glad to have you on, sir. What drew you first into this field of researching like the shadowy side of everything?
Well, it's more interesting.
Yeah.
Okay? You don't have all the answers to it. Well, the way I usually answer that is that one thing leads you to another. You have an interest in one thing and you begin poking around. So if you're, the way that it kind of worked with me, my academic interest in grad school was really in modern Russian and Eastern European history.
Okay.
And Middle East to a degree. And, those are volatile areas in their own. But if you study Russian history, modern Russian history, you inevitably encounter the 500-pound gorilla of modern Russian history, which is the Russian Revolution.
Yes.
And when you deal with revolutions, well, then you get into all manner of conspiracies. And yes, I use that word because those actually exist certainly when it comes to revolutions.
Yeah.
You don't conspire when you're trying to carry out a revolution, you will be dead before noon. So revolutions entail conspiracy. And here, let me give a definition. I always like to do that in some ways because it at least clarifies what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, so conspiracy is two or more people. One person can't do it, but two can. Two or more people working together secretly to attain a common end. Now, in most definitions, you'll see working to achieve an evil end or a criminal end or an unlawful end. I think in the legal definition of conspiracy, which remember you can be convicted of conspiring to commit a crime along with actually the crime itself.
Yes.
That entails working together to achieve an unlawful end. But I'd argue it doesn't have to have that. All it has to do is two or more people working together secretly to attain a common end.
Okay.
And once you've got that definition, I think you can see that it works in a lot of places. Once you realize that, you can see that there are things that you might not have thought were a conspiracy, which would be. So you get into revolutionary conspiracies, and that's where I encountered things like membership in secret societies. In fact, the one that popped up was I found that there were people, I couldn't understand what their relationship was to each other, why they would be, let's put it this way, people who seemingly were at completely opposite ends of the political spectrum, who nevertheless, in certain situations, would help each other.
They were drawn in.
Yeah, well, we actually had one guy who went to another one and asked him for help. And they were enemies. They had nothing in common. But what he asked him for help, he goes, I appeal to you as a brother Mason to help me. And he did. And it had nothing. And that was the first place that I'd really sort of run into that before. So I began paying more attention when people mentioned being members of lodges, etc. And it kind of mushroomed from there. And what I realized, probably later than I should have, was that this was a whole other realm of connections between people that transcended politics or even personal issues.
Yeah.
And it was something which bound people together in a way that I really hadn't appreciated before, and which could create strange relationships between people that, if you didn't realize what this group was inexplicable. So that made me more interested in studying what the societies were about. Then I discovered that there were a lot more of them than just Freemasonry. Um, when you begin to look at something like secret societies, you begin to find that at certain levels they begin to verge into the esoteric, which is the polite way of saying woo-woo occultism. They're
Yeah.
very interested in mystical concepts. So mysticism almost always, metaphysics, there's so many words to describe essentially the same thing, begins to appear. And that's, and then you throw in espionage because there are always spies. I mean, you don't need
Yeah.
these other things to have spies. And you begin to find that they wash over each other.
Was
There
there
are
was
these,
there a defining moment that or discovery that changed your view on all of this, or was it just, I'm going to get into this and I'm going to go from one to the next to the next to the next? Was there a defining moment in any of that that was like, this
well,
is
was
real?
there an epiphany? Was there a
Yeah.
road to Damascus moment? Uh, I don't know. I can't think of anything that was good. It was I describe it more as a gradual realization. These
Okay.
things sort of became, and you have to, and that really sort of requires in the process of this that you overcome prior conditioning, because one of the things which academic history had not really taught me how to do. I mean, those were subjects that weren't really addressed.
Yeah.
No, I never knew anybody who would step into that. And that was, I mean, think of it this way: Freemasonry is a real thing. There's no question about that. It's not imaginary. It's the most successful initiatory order, as far as I know, that's ever existed. Millions of people belong to it. So there's no question of its existence. You can there are lots of questions as to what its particular significance is, what it means, what Freemasons, all the rest of it, but you can't question whether or not it exists. And you really can't question that it plays a role in society by binding certain people together in ways that wouldn't otherwise be connected.
Oh, I totally understand. My
I mean,
my
it's had
grandfather
a
my
I,
grandfather was a 32nd degree Mason. I
yeah.
just found out about a year ago that he was in the lodge, and he was about to be, well, he wasn't a 33, that's Grand Master. He was only a 32nd degree, but he was in charge of the lodge in my hometown. I didn't even know until, years later, after he passed.
Well, and the 32nd or 33rd degree tells you something else. It tells you that he wasn't just an ordinary Freemason; he was a Scottish Rite
Yes.
Freemason.
I
And then
actually
that,
have that document too.
yeah. And see, the way it's generally thought of is you've got the three basic degrees: Blue Lodge Freemasonry, which apprentice, fellow craft, and master. And most people never go any further than that. That's it. But there are a whole variety of rights, sort of higher. Sometimes I've described them as it's like the Boy Scouts, and you've got a level above Eagle Scout, and you can
Yeah.
just keep going and collecting merit badges. And so there's the Scottish Rite is probably the most popular, the most widespread, but there's the York Rite, which is really three rites in one. There's a thing called the Swedenborgian Rite. There's two Egyptian rites, which that got combined into one, and they've got levels that go up to into what is it, 96 degrees,
Oh, wow.
97 degrees. You can just go on adding these things. So that's the area that gets much more into a kind of mystical interpretation. It
Okay.
takes a kind of deeper dive into the esoteric meaning of the order, as opposed to just going to lodge meetings and going through the rituals and going through the 3 degrees and stopping. So most people don't spend a lot of time doing that. But see, that's one of the things you would realize. First, you discover that, I discovered that, oh, there are Freemasons. And then I
Yeah.
discovered that, oh, there are all these different kinds of them. Okay, there's not just one sort.
It's a
And
tribute.
anything somebody tells you that Freemasons never do, I'll virtually guarantee you that somewhere there's a group of people who call themselves Freemasons who do that.
Yes.
So Freemasonry is, in the regular sense, a boys' club.
Hmm.
There's a women's auxiliary, but the women are not admitted to the Masonic order. But except when they are, and there are those lodges, and there have always been those lodges, a few of
Okay.
them, that practice what is called co-masonry. And co-masonry is when women are initiated into the lodges besides men. That's rare,
Okay.
but it exists. So whatever may be forbidden in the regular lodge could be allowed in another one.
Hmm.
So I think it was just gradually learning the variety of the groups that come together. But I think I was saying that despite the fact that Freemasonry, I'm just using that as an obvious example,
Yeah.
exists, and that it has undeniably had an impact on societies. So, give you an example, it's not nearly as popular in the United States today as it was, let's say, early in the 20th century. So, the early 20th century, sort of pre World War II, was probably the peak of fraternal orders.
Okay.
But at that point, I think something like, if you combine Freemasonry with Odd Fellows, Woodsmen of the World, all of these different groups that people belong to, and there are many, many of them, that about a third of all adult males in the country were members of some kind of oath bound order.
Hmm.
And millions, I think there were what, 4 to 5, this was in a country, a population of less than 200 million. You had close to 5 million people who were members of Masonic lodges. And it's not just across the board. And the other thing you would have to look at is that who belonged to Masonic lodges for the most part. If you look closely, it tended not to be dirt farmers and steel workers.
No.
So the working class and rural classes were not, well, let me put it in the simplest terms possible. Poor people didn't join Masonic lodges.
Hmm.
And generally for a very simple reason is that belonging cost money. You had to buy things. You had to have the robes and the
Yep.
and all of the stuff that comes. You can still get magazine. I actually at one point got on a mailing list for Masonic regalia, and I would go through and I got, God, I can afford this.
Right.
You have to have all of this stuff. Um, so, and then there's a deliberate reason for that, is that the expense of belonging, it's like belonging to a country club or something else. The costs of membership keep out the riffraff. They ensure that in only a particular socioeconomic level will be able to afford this. So if you looked at America, whether it was in colonial times or remember people like George Washington were
Yeah.
prominent Masons, and George Washington was, let's face it, not an average guy. What was he? He was a rich landowner.
Yeah.
Okay, most of these other guys were rich landowners. So Freemasonry attracted, and probably to some degree still attracts, people of some means and education. So you probably, because in some ways membership was a kind of badge of entry into the middle class or to the upper middle class.
Yeah.
So what you found were businessmen, doctors, lawyers, businessmen. I know the stray university professor, although they probably didn't get paid that much, but you only found people of some means and education. So keep in mind, you don't have, when you look in these groups, you don't get a cross section of society. You get a particular skewing towards a certain socioeconomic level.
Yes.
Now, those are the same people who would predominate in Masonic lodges, doctors, lawyers, businessmen, local politicians. those are the people who ran things in
Yep.
communities, in towns all across the country. They're the ones who would sit on the city council. Those were the ones who would be mayors. Those were the ones who would control they would be the bankers. So you've now got a fraternal order, a secret society, a self-selecting membership group, which is composed of the people who already pretty much run things, who already are the kind of movers and shakers in the community. And again, it just gives them another means to kind of connect with each other. So certainly, from just that standpoint, Freemasonry and other organizations like it had a social impact. But what I never found, I'm sure there are exceptions to this, is that anybody in terms of academia seemed to be interested in that. And there are various cases when I would bring it up. This is kind of an interesting thing. Maybe we should look
Yeah.
into it. No, it's either some sort of club they belong to, or to try to pretend that it somehow just didn't really exist. Okay, it couldn't possibly be important. And that's the way of saying it's not important because I'm not interested in it. That's
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Like, why is it important for people to study what's beneath these, what's beneath the surface of accepted events? Because if
well,
you accept it as an event, but you didn't research it, then you don't know yourself if that's possible. You're just taking the word of someone else.
the thing that I've realized in my career as an historian, and yeah,
Okay.
I got the whole piece of paper that says that's what I am. So I got my wizard degree,
Yeah.
right? Which doesn't give me any special powers, but it makes me aware of something. Is how difficult it is to really determine what happened in virtually any historical event. And the way that I've put it before, I guess I never tire of saying, is that what we call history is roughly 10% facts and 90% opinion
Yeah.
about what those facts mean. So that's what happens here is a fact, what I'm talking about there is something that is indisputable. I mean, it's there sitting, it's sometimes I've described it and uncharitably is that a fact is just like a turd on a plate.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, it's there. Actually, you got to imagine there's a turd sitting there on the plate, and I know that's an unpleasant image, but so the questions immediately come to mind. Why is there a turd on the plate? Whose is it? What kind of a turd is it? Who would do a thing like that? So you've got this thing that otherwise doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, and then you have to try to figure out what it is and how to explain it. And you can then come up with, there can be what you got is a turd on a plate. So let's think of how it could possibly have gotten there, and
Yeah.
why someone would have done that. And that's where the opinion or the interpretation about the significance and meaning of that fact comes in. Give me another example. Doesn't involve turds on plates. I think that pretty much everyone would agree, because somewhere there's someone who doesn't, that World War II happened.
Yes.
Okay, that there was this thing, there was this huge paroxysm of violence that encompassed the world during not during the early 1940s, late 1930s, depending on when you want it to start, because that kind of varies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because of where you were. So everybody's World War II, depending on what country you're in, wasn't exactly the same thing in time, but we'll all agree that there was World War II. Now we come to the real question about it, though, is why was there a World War II? Now that is opinion. That's why all the books about World War II are written, in order to try to explain or put into some kind of context the meaning of these. What does it mean?
Yeah.
Again, go back to the turd on the plate. What does that mean? Why is it just there? And opinions, interpretation can be interesting, it can be accurate, but those things are not facts. The
Yes.
fact that people just keep saying facts. See, I said that. Well, that people keep repeating the same thing over and over and over again never establishes it as a fact if it wasn't to begin with.
Yes.
And yet that often happens. Things become part of the kind of perceived wisdom as to how things work. But this is where things get really tough in terms of trying to figure out what actually happened, because we've all seen examples of this, I think. You've been somewhere, you've experienced something, and you compare your impressions with someone else who was there and seemingly looking at the same thing, but you don't perceive it in exactly the same way.
Yeah.
You didn't, there'll be little, if you get different descriptions of people from what happened, they'll agree on some things, but there will be these little variations in it. And an example of that just earlier this morning, to kind of review notes on something. So look at the murder of the Romanov family, the Russian imperial family.
Yeah.
So again, it seems to be, after a long position of doubt, that they were all killed, and we can pin down when they were killed. But what I was comparing were the different descriptions. You have people who were part of the killers, people who were among the killers, the dozen or so roughly men who were involved in this. And a number of them subsequently gave accounts about what happened. None of those accounts exactly agree with each other. There are all of these little differences. So for instance, they all seem to agree that in addition to, Nicholas and Alexandra and all of the daughters and kids and servants, the 11 people who were killed, there were 4 dogs. Now, there are
Oh.
different descriptions.
Huh.
Well, one of them was Alexei's dog, one of them was Anastasia, but they were the pet
Wow.
dogs that they had with them. So it appears that 3 of the dogs were killed
Mm.
and one of them was spared.
Hmm.
But there's no agreement as to which dog that was, and it seems to have
Okay.
a different name. And sometimes the dog is called Jack. In other cases, it's called Joy. In some cases, it's just a small dog. In other cases, a French bulldog. I mean, you get these different descriptions. So all we really know is that there were apparently 4 dogs there,
Okay.
and at least one of them somehow managed to survive. But it's not clear which dogs those actually were. And there are other people who only remember 3 dogs, not 4. So that's
Interpretation then.
well, it's just a matter of there's the whole thing with human memory to begin with,
Yeah.
which is fallible. So, I mean, here's a kind of a personal example I could give. I'm old enough now that I can go back and rewatch movies that I watched 50 years ago. Okay. So, and I can remember, now I saw this movie 50 years ago, which is kind of frightening. And I would want to rewatch the movie because I thought it was an interesting movie at the time, or maybe my wife. I said, "Ah, this is this movie I saw back in the '70s, so let's go watch
Yeah.
this." And I think I have a memory of the movie, but then when I rewatch it, it's not. I've never run across one of these things that I remember completely accurate. I find that in some cases, one of them I had this scene that was I vividly remembered, and of course I remember it being in color.
Yeah.
But when I actually went back and watched it, it was in black and white. It was brief, and one of the actors that was involved in it was a completely different person than what I remembered.
Is that the
Uh,
same
so-
thing like the Mandela effect? Everybody thinks of like you watch something. I've heard of that Mandela effect is something going around like somebody watches something and then they come back to it and it's something totally different. Like it's like they started off with something in a costume and now it's something totally different.
well, that's the intriguing idea is that you're actually somehow you remember something that happened in a different timeline, which again supposes that there are different
Yeah.
timelines, and that then supposes that somehow you can shift between those timelines.
Oh,
But I've had those. Um, not long ago, my wife and I were taking a walk with our dogs, and we walked past this couple, which I didn't particularly notice because I didn't know who these people were.
Yeah.
And my wife sort of nodded at them, and every go past, she goes, Why didn't you say hello to Bob and Beverly, whoever they were?" And I go, "Who?" She goes, "Yeah, you know those people. They live around the corner, apparently." And really, and all honestly, I go, "I've never seen those people before in my life.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know who Bob and Beverly are. I don't know." And she goes, "No, no, no. You met them?" I go, "No, no, I haven't." So she goes around the corner. She sort of points out where their house is, which is, like ordinary, kind of
Yeah.
nondescript house between other houses, and go, I don't remember that house. No, I don't know. Either I'd had a mini stroke or something, and that had just
Right.
been. But now what I account this to basically is that yes, probably these were people. My wife was a public school teacher for years, so she knows all kinds of people that I don't
You
know.
met him in passing.
Yes, and I think she knows them, and she assumed that because at some point she's mentioned them to me, that I remember who they are, and I think
Yeah.
that's all. I just
It
I
goes
didn't
from short term to long term. No, you in passing, it's just
just
real brief.
just got flushed. These okay. I don't need to remember these people.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, so I think, but it is it made me think of the whole Mandela thing. Is this
Right?
the fact that there's some slightly different, is this the difference between the reality that was around yesterday and the one today, that suddenly these people that I would know, I wouldn't know? But you run into things like that every now and then. I think it's just, with movies, the memories change. Things can kind of get combined with each other, but it all goes back, I think, as with the guys who were involved in the Romanov assassination, is that they were all there that night,
Yeah.
but they didn't experience the same thing.
Okay.
Their memories didn't record that in the same way. So it's not to say that this guy's memory is correct and this other guy's memory is wrong. It's just to say that they're different, and
Different
that
aspects of the same memory. Or
there's
same.
no way to tell which of those. They're all accurate
Yeah.
in terms of them telling them. Which means that I suppose you can, from that sense, if you go back to it, you don't find that there's a kind of baseline reality. There's not the original story, and then all the others diverge from it. At the beginning, there are different versions. There was never just one.
Okay.
So, if you've got 10 people who experience an historical event, you will get 10 slightly different versions.
Yes.
There was never just. Now, so that's part of it, is that people just experience things in different ways. As someone's one pointed to me, wherever you are in any historical event, you only see half of what's going on because the other half is going on behind you.
Well, it's like I heard about this one story about in England that this couple was driving down the road and they see this beautiful Victorian house on the side of the road, garden, everything, with it. Drive past it, and it's called the disappearing house because apparently it appears and disappears at random. And I don't know if that's an effect on memory, like maybe they are seeing it from reaching into the ether and pulling out that memory. It used to be there way, way back, but now it's not, but they still see it that way.
Well, that gets into bigger questions as to what reality actually is, and
True.
how
True.
malleable. See, this is one of the things that we have to go by on a day-to-day basis, is that the world around us is solid, and it
Mhm.
doesn't just spontaneously change for no particular reason. There are laws. Okay, there are
Yes.
physical laws that are supposed to govern this. As opposed to that is the concept, and a more, let's say, a fundamental concept in what could be roughly called occultism, is that no, reality is malleable.
Yes.
You can change it.
Well, same with our senses. Our senses are limited based off of what our senses actually are capable of. Our brain is our CPU, but you can overclock it. That's when you have a stroke or something of that nature, and it can't happen like that.
Well, it's I dogs show up a lot in references, but um, I've had dogs for years, and so one of the things that always interests me is how they think, because you're
Yeah.
always trying to figure out. I mean, this is a puzzling thing to me, is that how you can basically share your house and lives with these animals for years, and yet you realize you have almost no idea actually what's going on in their head. You can't explain why they do things.
Yeah.
I guess it's for them, it's the same reason as to why they can never figure out why we pee in the water bowl. So, I mean, why do they do that? Um, but part of it is explained is that they experience a different reality. So, dogs' vision is not particularly accurate. We can see much
Mhm.
more clearly than they can. So it's kind of like they have cataracts, and they also really only see, as far as we can tell, blue and yellow,
Okay.
not green. I always thought they would get green out of that, but apparently it's just kind of so they have this kind of it's a fuzzy, soft focus blue and yellow world in which there's no red. And of course, they can smell all kinds of things. The whole world smells to them in a vivid way that we barely smell at all. And they can hear things that we can't hear.
Yes.
So their whole reality is full of sounds and scents that we're oblivious to. Our reality is full of colors and acute vision that they don't have. And then also, apparently, they experience time at a slower rate than we do. So
Okay.
their time is about, they experience it about a third slower than they have. So that apparently, our voices are much deeper to our dogs than they are to us. Now you got to imagine this. You're sitting on your couch, and lying next to you is your faithful dog or cats, pretty much the same. And you're both sitting there in the same room on the same couch, but you are existing in different realities.
Yeah.
And the dog's reality is not a false reality. No, it's perfectly real. That's its reality.
Yeah.
It can't do anything to change that. And our reality is ours. And that just, I think, is a small part of why it's difficult for us to communicate with them, because we're so within the same place, within the same kind of physical space, you have different creatures experiencing reality in a very different way.
Okay.
And I think maybe that even comes down even within species. I mean, maybe the simple fact is that the reason why as humans we don't get the same stories because we really didn't experience the same thing. It never was the same, even though
Yeah.
we're both in the same place. Um, but it's well, then you could have to add other levels. So there's the malleability of memory. Memories
Mhm.
change and combine and recombine. And then there's the other thing that nobody likes to talk about much is that people lie.
Yeah.
Okay, a lot, really, all the time about
Well,
all
we can
kinds
get
of
into
things.
that with the next question I was about to ask you is, how espionage has shaped the 20th century and can you speak to the overlap between intelligence agencies, organized crime organizations, and occult? Like, do they all mesh together or are they separate entities?
Well, there is a crossover point
Okay.
between them, and it's a well, what the game of intelligence is all about is it's heavily involved with secrecy, right? So the basic job of an intelligence agency is to protect national secrets and to acquire other people's secrets.
Yes.
You have to do so. There's intelligence and there's counterintelligence. So you're trying to safeguard your secrets and you're trying to steal other people's secrets. So that involves multiple levels of operation in this case. So one of the things that comes out
So you're pretty
very
much hacking your board.
well, the term is disinformation.
Okay.
So, there's been a lot of talk recently about things like fake news. People produce
Yeah.
things that look like news and they're fake. Well, that's not anything new, really. So, disinformation is a key concept, and it's different than misinformation. So, misinformation is basically a mistake. All right. So, it's like when you get lost and you pull over and you ask some random person, you know, how do I get to this or that? And they give you
Yeah.
directions, and half the time those directions are wrong because they didn't really know where they were going either. But they didn't mean to do that, probably. They just gave you bad information, and therefore
Yeah,
you
that's the way
continued to
they
do it.
remembered it.
Right. And yes, their memories failed them because they didn't remember it completely. They passed on that bad information to you. Uh, but it wasn't intentional, and it's just a mistake.
Okay.
Disinformation is something entirely different. Disinformation is deliberate. There's nothing accidental about it. And the basic goal of disinformation, it was once put to me, which I always like, is to lead the hounds away from the fox.
Yes.
So to do that effectively, disinformation can't simply be a lie. It needs to be a lie embedded in truth because it has to be able to pass muster for a while. So,
Yeah.
typical thing you do with disinformation is that you come up with a story or a scenario which is basically true, which can be substantiated. You can check out this point and confirm that, and you can confirm this. So, you see, the thing is that if you get a story that has 5 key points and you can confirm 4 of them, you will therefore naturally assume that the 5th point must be accurate as well, even though you can't confirm it like the other ones.
Okay.
Everything else is true, so that must be true. No, that's the lie. That's the disinformation which has been embedded within this to lead you off in a wrong direction.
Okay.
But the tricky part is that the bulk of the information is true.
Yes.
And that's one of the things you do is you actually take two components and you contaminate. It's like a poison pill has been hidden within this. And you have a poison pill hidden in a plate of food. And the plate of food is just a plate of food. And you can eat it and it's perfectly fine. But you take the wrong bite and that's been done.
Exactly.
And that's a game which is constantly played in terms of also much of intelligence is a kind of mind game, and one of those mind games is to manipulate people by embedding a lie in a matrix of truth, which will then lead them to make bad decisions or will
Yeah.
lead them to a kind of a false conclusion about things. So you've got people practicing disinformation. You've got other people who just make up stuff for no. I mean, the most puzzling lies are the ones that are just told for the hell of it. There's no grand scheme in this. Somebody just decided to just you know come up with some fib, invent some kind of story that
Yep.
they're going to tell, and I would admit that mostly as an adolescent, there were times when I did that. Okay, and one of the things is that all you have to do is you just come up. And why did I do that? Just to mess with people. That's why. Because see, to me, it was a joke.
Yeah.
And part of the joke was that you could actually tell this and get other people to believe it. And then, hopefully you go, no, I was just kidding you, that type of thing. I'm just kidding, which covers a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
But it was, just basically to mess with people. But it's easy. All you have to do, and then this brings in the final component, the good story. So, good story will always win over a not so good story.
Yeah.
Journalists have known this for years. That was the old rule, that when you got the truth and you got a good story, print the good story, because
Yep.
what newspapers are about getting circulation. So if the story sounds better, the body count's higher, whatever it is, that's what we're going to run with. So everybody likes a good story. So, and it's like a ghost story. I mean, what's the better story? The one where there's a ghost or the one where there's no ghost? Well, the one where there's a ghost. So, and that's just part of why it doesn't explain everything, but it's one of the reasons why ghost stories are popular, because ghost stories are fun. They're scary. Non-ghost stories aren't nearly as interesting. Think of it this way. The fish never gets smaller as the story is told.
Yep.
So when you put all of these things together, the human capacity to lie, and just in some cases to lie just for the hell of it, the good story, which is one of the things that always tends to operate this, intelligence agencies and others deliberately practicing misleading disinformation, and then the ability of memories to just kind of morph inside your head. Well, then I challenge you or anyone else to tell me exactly what the hell happened.
Right. What now? Getting into that, Aleister Crowley, spy, magician, or both?
Well, both. I mean, he's
Both.
had in the same way he was also, to some degree, a family man for a while. He was a mountain climber. Okay, there's one of the things
Yeah.
that people forget about Crowley, is that he was one of the things that looking at him is that there were options that he had. And I was recently, I've done work for a thing called the Great Courses, which is a company that produces video courses and all kinds of things. Some of them
Okay.
history, ballroom dancing, if you want those. And I was working on one recently, which we're going to film, and about historical villains, or people who've been called villains. And lots of times when you begin to look at them, I mean, sometimes they really are nasty. In other cases, apparently this person had really bad PR.
Yeah.
I mean, lots of times villains don't end up as being. But one of the things looking at as you kind of go through them is the question of what sort of led this person. Where did they make their mistake? When did their life go off kilter?
Okay.
And you find that in a lot of cases, I think the majority of cases, that you could kind of see that early on, people did have options. I mean, it wasn't like you were born and you had no other choice to become villainous.
Yeah.
No, there were other changes. I mean, I'll give an example. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a whiz at math. Okay, he was
Yeah.
an accountant. He could come up with strategies. His whole career was based on the fact that he could basically come up with new strategies for tax dodging, and that's how he made rich friends. He
Yep.
wasn't born rich. He made rich friends because he taught them how to dodge taxes. And everything went. Now, he could have done that. All right. But at some point, because of some internal character flaw or whatever it was, went to the dark side. Okay,
Yep.
but almost never are people born on the dark side. So Crowley is an example of someone who, he was born into a fairly well-to-do family. I mean, they weren't rich, they weren't aristocrats, but his dad had made it. The family had money from brewing and real estate. And had he had any sense of how to manage money, he could, which he didn't. Okay, that was
Yeah.
one of his flaws. He could not. Okay, give him money, and he's one of those people. If you gave him money, he would just spend it. Okay, and then he want to know where the next check was going to come from.
Yep.
I've known lots of people like that.
Me too.
So he could have lived a kind of genteel life of upper class dissipation if he simply had better sense of money, but he didn't. That didn't interest him. That wasn't something that he cared about. And he was, I think, really very his basic impulse in the study of the occult was the same was the same thing that drove his father. And his father, keep in mind, was a fundamentalist Christian minister, or
Okay.
he was a businessman who gave up business to preach the gospel.
Yeah.
But they were very, this was, kind of Pentecostal, fire and brimstone. Everybody else is going to hell but us, Protestantism, and that's the household that Crowley was raised in.
Oh
That was the
boy.
influence on him, and and well, he eventually would try to imagine himself as coming up with a religion that was going to replace Christianity. He basically followed in his father's footsteps, because while his father was preached the Christian gospel, Crowley spent his life preaching his own gospel.
Okay.
But they're still basically doing the same thing. And and Crowley admired his father. I mean, his father died when he was 11, and so I think this is the whole thing that but he admired his father. He tended to like he and his mother didn't get along so well. But it wasn't, he wasn't doing this because he hated his father, and he actually loved his father, and felt abandoned by him. But so in some interesting way, a shrink would probably say that Crowley was, maybe in some weird way trying to follow in his father's footsteps, or even gain his father's approval by somehow following in a similar spiritual path. So Crowley's pursuit of occultism was basically a spiritual pursuit.
So he started spiritually, but what was then did it end up? He ended up working for the British intelligence, though, right?
Well, intelligence was interested in him. They first seemed to have taken an interest in him when he was a student at Cambridge, which is the usual place they would look for them.
Okay.
So remember, Oxford and Cambridge are kind of the British equivalent, I suppose, of, roughly speaking, of Harvard and Yale. Okay, there's sort of the finishing schools for the elite. And Crowley again could have, he got into Cambridge. He didn't finish. He didn't finish because he was stupid. He didn't finish because he lost interest and dropped out. That's why. There again, another road not taken. So first of all, you're born into a fairly wealthy family. You get into Cambridge. He first talks about he wanted to go into the diplomatic service. He could have had a whole career
Oh wow.
in Her Majesty's government, but he didn't do that. And he didn't do it because he became attracted to the pursuit of spiritual or mystical knowledge. That's what he wanted to know.
Now,
He thought,
why did the intelligence agency take an interest in the occult, though? Do they have an interest just in the occultism?
well, in the
Or
case of Crowley, part of it was because his interest in the occult introduced him to organizations and people.
okay,
So remember the connections between the international links between people of common interest are a whole different means of communication, and a largely invisible one in some way, because people don't tend to, the occult organization that Crowley most famously became connected with, and his name is still connected with, is the Ordo Templi Orientis, the OTO,
okay,
which still exists in different forms. But originally, what the OTO was a German secret society. Its origins are German. And when Crowley was initiated into it around 1910, 1911, he was initiated into a German occult society.
Is that the same thing like the Thule Society, Madame Orsic?
No, but other than
Okay.
the fact that the Thule Society is a German secret society.
Yeah,
But no,
yeah, 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 yeah.
no, the OTO was, it had all kinds of aspirations.
Okay.
It wanted to bring, it wanted to rope. There's the Masonic aspect of it. It wanted to, bring in at least esoteric Freemasonry under its control. It was originally sort of imagined as a kind of one shop occult store that you would go into. It was going to bring other organizations
Okay.
and become a kind of think of it this way, he would become a esoteric corporation that would control other secret societies as wholly owned subsidiaries.
Okay.
All operate. That's a rough way to describe it. So one of the reasons why that I think that Crowley was initiated into this was that it then connected him to this whole nexus of German secret societies that operated in Germany and throughout the world.
Okay.
You're going to establish, but here's the key element: the German who initiated Crowley into the OTO was a fellow by the name of Theodor Reuss. And Reuss was a journalist, but he also was a spy. Reuss worked for German intelligence. And one of the things that he was doing, I mean, the OTO genuinely tried to become a clearinghouse for spiritual, esoteric information. I mean, that the pursuit of that knowledge actually went on among its members, but it had another purpose to it. And one of those purposes is that what we're going to do is we're going to form this kind of secret organization, which will selectively recruit people and swear them to loyalty. And we're going to spread this organization all around the world. So when Reuss, a German intelligence officer and occultist, initiated Crowley into the OTO, he made him the head of the OTO in English-speaking countries.
Okay.
So this was a way of taking the organization, now getting a British member, and spreading its influence around the world.
Getting their fingers into it.
So yes, and now you're going to have this initiatory secret organization with branches all around the world, which can be used on the one hand for this pursuit of mystical knowledge and enlightenment, and on the other for the gathering and transit of information.
So is there any historical examples where the magic or occult was used strategically?
Well, that gets into the other interest. So the thing about creating something, using an occult organization as a cover for spying,
Okay.
you can simply do it that way. It's a cover for espionage because most people aren't going to see it, and it will appear that people are doing one thing. I mean, from the outside, when people look at something like the OTO, what do they see? Well, they see a bunch of weirdos in robes, don't they? Okay.
Yeah.
So, and the mere fact that these people seem to be a bunch of weirdos in robes, well, there can't be anything nefarious going on there. Well, maybe there's something devilish, but they're going to be spying because they're just too weird and they're in robes. But that's makes it the perfect cover for it.
Okay.
Okay, the mere fact that you would be someone that could never be suspected of it makes you perfect for the job. So the other thing, though, is that what's going on with what roughly could we say occultism is trying to discover? What's the whole business of occultism? Why the secrets of the universe? Okay, how things actually work, and along with that, how reality can be manipulated. So here's Aleister Crowley's definition of magic. I think I can get it right. I'm paraphrasing it.
All right.
So his definition of magic is that magic is the art and science of causing change to occur in conformity with will. So it's kind of mind over matter.
Okay.
All right. So if you use will, and by will here, what he means is a focused intent.
Okay.
So everything in magic revolves around intent. So the intent is whether or not your intent is good. No, is your intent to heal someone or to kill them? What's the vibe you're putting out?
Exactly.
What is your intention? And the idea here is to take an intention and then to amplify that intention and to focus that intention and to, this is a familiar word these days, manifest the reality that you want.
Yes.
So when people are talking about manifesting success, they're practicing magic. Okay, that's exactly what it was that Crowley was taught. They don't know it, but that's what you're doing. You're trying to create. You're trying to bend reality to your will.
Okay.
Now that's let's face it, that's kind of a fantastic idea that can be done because we all think that reality is fixed and it's just like the wall in front of you. You can't change that. Well, you with a bulldozer you can, but
Yeah.
it would require physical force to do it. So you can't just manipulate reality, can you? Well, occult beliefs and doctrines argue that you can do that.
Hmm.
It's like saying once was that a witch always talks about something that they want to happen as if it's already happened.
Okay.
It's always a way of
You
sort of
intend.
affirming something. It's never this is going. It's always talking about the future as if it has already taken place.
Okay.
So it's all about trying. Now, think just for a moment, though, about whether or not that could be done. And then consider, well, what could you do with that kind of ability?
Hmm.
If you could actually change reality, well, what intelligence service on earth doesn't want to change reality?
Right.
I don't know. If we get enough people, can we wish the Soviet Union out of existence? I don't know. Is that what happened? So can we change it one form or another? The tantalizing thing about this, and it doesn't even require that you or I or anyone else actually believe that this can be done. What it does require is the understanding that somebody else probably does. Yeah, so
Yes.
this we run across these ideas. Well, no one would believe that. Well, yes, actually they would. I mean, look at the things that people do believe.
Right.
Right? I just look at the things that people believe. Um, and I don't want to pick on religion in this case, but I'm just saying that if you look at anybody else's religion that isn't yours, well, what are they doing? All right. Clearly, they believe people actually believe these things and they practice them and they revolve their whole life around them. It doesn't have to involve that any of this stuff would actually work. Just the possibility that someone would get it into their head that it could work and they would doggedly pursue it. And then there's the idea that, well, I mean, this is why if you look at, you could look at Soviet intelligence, Russian intelligence today, the CIA, look at things like Stargate, the remote viewing
Yeah.
experiments, the
Montauk
psychics,
program.
okay, Yuri Geller, Peter Hurkos, Andrea Puharich, all of this stuff. Why are they spending millions of dollars on this? Because it just might work. And we know the Russians are working on it. And if they're psychics, there could be a psychic gap if they have it this way.
Well, we were involved too, like in the war, World War II, right at the end, Operation Paperclip.
Yeah.
We brought over all these scientists, doctors, medical professionals, all of these people over that did all these horrible things, but they were advanced in their studies.
Well, they were specialists,
Yeah,
and
specialists. Yeah.
that's what you do. You acquire. Well, there are people who acquire all kinds of skills, like you know, torturing. It's a skill. Okay, not everyone can do that. And so some people are really good at interrogation and they know their job. And if you want someone to basically pull somebody's fingernails out to learn everything that they know, then you need someone who's a professional in that regard and who's probably not going to be squeamish about it.
Yeah.
So it's I mean, the paperclip, the recruitment of Nazi scientists, these are all sort of technicians in science, whatever their actual devotion to National Socialist ideology was, which I suspect in most cases wasn't much. And let's take the most prominent figure, Werner von Braun, the real daddy of the American space
Yep.
program. All right, this is the same guy that designed V2s to send explosives. But it was a war. That's part of his job was. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I could, his job in a war was to come up with weapons, and the weapons was to have a missile with a big warhead that would go over and blow up neighborhoods in London.
Yep.
Well, once the war was over, he still had those. He still knew a lot about rockets, and everybody was interested in rockets.
Oh yeah.
And the question was, do we want him working for us, or do we want him working for the Soviets? Well, certainly want him working for us, and so he was brought. And Werner von Braun was also, the position he was in. Did he join the Nazi Party? Yeah. Was he a member of the SS? Well, he had the uniform, so yeah. Now, but then again, that was, and whether that was just him going through the motions because that was what was necessary in that time and place, or whether he was in some way actually devoted to that. The thing that changed is that in May 1945, the Third Reich fell. It was gone. It was dead.
Yeah.
So there no longer was any Nazi regime or Nazi Germany. There were lots of people who had worked for the Nazis, some of whom were still Nazis themselves, but there was no power structure that they were a part of.
Okay.
They're just the kind of random surviving elements of a defunct regime. So the idea was that both the U.S. and the Russians were rounding up every one of these people they could, capturing them partly, and offer them a deal. Come work for us. And they did.
Leaving a sinking ship.
I mean, for them, put yourself in their position. What deal do you want? Where do you want to live? Okay. You want to stay in burned out Germany and down any place? You want to go live in Alabama? You want to go live in Irkutsk? Okay. Those are your choices.
Yep. I mean, given the same situation, I would have done the same thing. I would have said, here's my services that I can offer. Hopefully I can get into a nice cushy position in the United States because of my scientific knowledge.
Yeah. And for Werner von Braun, that worked out well for him.
So, it did. It really did. Is there a connection between Nazi ideology and occult research? Like, I know we got into that, like where the goals. Now, what were the goals of the? Now, I'm not going to say this correct. Ahanabari and the Thule Society.
Well, you can make an argument.
Okay.
That the origins now. Okay, make an argument. What I mean by that, okay. Remember I said that the history is opinion. All right, so an argument is that somebody could say no, it's not that. But so let's go back to what we know. All right, that's always a good place to start. Let's try to go back to the facts before we get on to the opinion. So towards the end of World War I, in 1918, in Munich, Germany, there was a fellow by the name of Rudolf von Zebotendorf.
Okay.
Very German name. And he had been a kind of career German. He was deeply interested in all kinds of occult subjects. He spent a lot of time in the Near East, where, among other things, he'd been a weapons merchant. He'd been involved in political conspiracies. He'd been initiated into Near Eastern Masonic lodges, which were a particular type of lodge. But, so among other things, he was a Freemason. He had dabbled in other areas of, esoteric inquiry. And then he shows up. He'd been some kind of German political agent in Turkey. That's what he was. So right away, you've got someone who has a kind of semi-official role. And then, well, here's the question. Are they an occultist who's a spy on the side, which I think describes Crowley, or are they a spy who's an occultist on the side? All right. So Zebotendorf lands back in Germany, and he kind of takes over the leadership of this small occult study group that met at a hotel in Munich. And its members were mostly upper class people, again, the people who would be attracted to secret societies. There's still a war going on. And this group in Munich was actually a branch of a larger German secret society called the Germanenorden, the German order, which tells you what. But he wanted to kind of separate his group from the main German order, and so it took another name. It became the Thule Gesellschaft, or the Thule Society.
Okay, that's what it's called.
Thule was it. Yeah, it's just like you ever see people, driving their cars and they got a ski rack on it and it says Thule or Thule. Well, that all takes its name from a mystical. It's the Arctic Atlantis. That's what Thule
Okay.
is. It's Hyperborea. So there was. So what this came out of already is there was this kind of. There had been a metamorphosis, let call it for a better term. There had been this kind of evolution in German occult circles in the early 20th century, which had kind of developed this racialized version of theosophy. So, that takes us all the way down. It's just quick and dirty here. There was a woman named Madame Blavatsky, who was born a Russian, who was also a spy, by the way.
Oh boy.
Yes. So she
Lots of
volunteered at one
spies.
point. At one point, there's a letter where she volunteers her services to the Tsar's secret police while pursuing her job as a. So here again, she's an occultist and she's a spy on the side.
Yep.
And her whole explanation. I meet lots of people and I collect all kinds of information, which I'll then pass on to you if any of it's useful. So she came up with this whole idea that, the essence of theosophy, I guess, is that the spiritual destiny of mankind is governed by the ascended masters, who are all sort of, I don't know, they're not exactly, they're semi-godlike beings who seem to all live floating around a mountain in Tibet somewhere, or under the mountain. Who knows? Anyway, they guide existence, and she claimed, and then she had this idea that human beings had advanced, they had evolved physically and they had evolved spiritually through different root races.
Okay.
And one of these root races was the Aryan root race, or the Aryans was an aspect of the fifth root race that I may be getting there may be more root races in here, but
I'm not
it's kind of a complicated idea. But really, if you go back and look at her description of what the Aryan root race was, it's kind of everybody. It's not just like Swedes, okay? It's not just blonde, blue-eyed sort of Nazi ideas. No, apparently, because Blavatsky I think she just made this stuff up as she went along. So it was just kind of, yes, it was just kind of everything. But in the hands of certain German occultists who became obsessed with the idea of being a German, is the only way I can put it, then their whole idea was this is where the whole concept of the Aryan, which they sort of turned into being Germans or Nordic people, where there's element of that, and they'd all come from, a snowy place, they'd all come from some giant ski lodge at the top of the world, and it spread out. So what they did is they sort of took theosophy and they turned it into a kind of German racial cult. And the Thule Society, that's how it got its name. That's among the other things they were interested in. But right there, you can kind of see, where's that idea going to eventually show up and get popularized into a political movement? Oh, yeah, the Nazis. Well, that's where Nazi racial ideas come from. They're of occult origin.
So that's where the ancient mystery schools and modern UFO beliefs they came from. That they came from the ancient mystery schools.
Well, I don't know. Some people think everything came from the ancient mystery schools. So that gets you back to the question: what were the ancient mystery schools?
Right. I mean, we're talking like Library of Alexandria, or mystery schools that had knowledge that no one else had. Atlantis or something.
Yeah, well, we're fascinated by these things that, if it's not Atlantis, then it's the Hawaiian version of Atlantis, which is Lemuria. All right, which originally wasn't even in the Pacific; it was in the Indian Ocean, and it was all about lemurs. So, but these ideas again, they change and morph over time. And, you got a geologist, you actually had a biologist who theorized that there must have been some sort of large land area that connected Madagascar and India and Africa. And this had to do with the lemurs, the little monkey-like things. And he called it Lemuria. And then somehow somebody picked that up, but then they changed it to the Pacific. And now in the Pacific version of Atlantis, which had a super civilization, of course it did. And then it all sank. Of course it did, which is why we can't find it now.
Yeah.
So is there, and then you've got, Plato is the guy who gives us the whole story of Atlantis. And here's an interesting question. If it wasn't for Plato, would we ever talk about Atlantis?
I don't think we would, because didn't he get it from he got it from two Egyptian priests, Crisis and Timaeus, I believe.
What he said he did.
That's what he said he did. Yes.
And I'm not saying that Plato was lying. I'm just saying that we have to go by what we actually have here. What we have is that Plato said he heard a story from these Egyptians.
Yes.
Who got it from something else. And that's just the way that it goes most of the time. Oh, it's like my cousin's friends who they went to school with, who lived down the street, told them this story, and it just, it's
it can be worse today, because it's like in the age of AI, and information warfare, people can manipulate the truth and just, change it the way that would better fit someone's perspective.
Well, it's sort of what we've been talking about. Manipulating disinformation, all of this manipulating. Okay, manipulating the perception of reality is a way of manipulating reality.
Yes.
So the idea is to get somebody to look at the same thing, but then tell them that it's something else. Okay, this is what you're looking at. And and then you can understand why this is so easy to do with history, because you don't have many facts to begin with. And then you're going to create a whole story about it. And here's the thing that you can do, and it's remarkably easy to do. You can often take the same set of basic facts. Okay, this happened, these people were involved, this weapon was used. And then you can take those and you can build completely different stories around them.
Yes.
And it's like an old Perry Mason episode.
The jigsaw puzzle.
Right. So it's, well, and I mentioned Perry, this is way back. I've sort of been revisiting my show. I've been watching these, the old Raymond Burr Perry. Raymond Burr was a defense attorney, and every episode is basically the same. Someone is accused of murder, they end up on trial, and Perry Mason will eventually show that the person who's initially accused is innocent and someone else is guilty.
Okay.
This usually occurs when the guilty party just breaks down in the courtroom and confesses everything. But you've got, so initially, the prosecutor's case seems to be ironclad. There's all kinds of evidence that incriminates the innocent person. I mean, they do look guilty. But then you find out that the same set of facts, that this person was killed with that weapon in that place, was actually the result of someone else. So it's the simplest way to manipulate reality is to simply manipulate a person's perceptions of it.
Okay.
Just telling them trying to explain to them what it is that they're seeing and what this means, and what they should pay attention to and what they shouldn't pay attention to. The way the news does all the time.
Oh, yeah. Pay attention to this. It's like when the drones went up in the air, when there was all these unknown orbs in the air that people were seeing over New Jersey, then all of a sudden, the military sends up all these authorized drones, and they say they're all authorized.
Well, they got to come up with some, there's something there, there's something that's not there. It's swamp gas. It's a weather balloon.
They just try to shift the story that way.
Sounds like a good story.
Okay.
I mean, I think, this gets into another thing. I think sometimes you look at the pattern of the story, the official version will actually sort of go along, it's a flying saucer, it's a UFO. And then in short order, oh, no, it was just this, it was just that. Exactly. So they sort of create sort of hold out this image that's kind of tantalizing. They'll create a story, then to turn around and in the next breath debunk the story. All to get you looking in this direction, then looking in the other direction.
Okay.
Which means that arguably you should have been, there's a third direction you should be looking, which is neither one of those. But now you're so bamboozled that you don't know what's going on. So
You're so
yes,
confused. You're looking at three different directions that it all confuses you. That, yeah, like, wow. And like in your research, have you had any historical figures who seem to have knowledge or insight that suggest contact with non-human intelligence?
well, that's really hard to say because
We
it
have to
then
base it
somehow,
off of what they said, but yeah.
well, yeah, people do it. I mean, this is the thing, and I don't mean to seem to be that dismissive of it, but you can't really just go by what somebody says.
Oh, of course.
Well, if you want to, you can. That's the thing, is that often we do.
Well, I say always provide evidence,
I mean, people actually do that all the time, but it's probably as a good rule not to do so. Well, Crowley, again, believed, and I think he authentically believed this, that he had been in contact with what he often called the secret chiefs. That was his kind of version of the ascended masters. The
Okay.
secret chiefs were they were some sort of higher order of being who manipulated reality, controlled the world, and he thought that his first contact with them, well, maybe not his first, he had some kind of spiritual awakening
Okay.
around in the 1890s. I think this is when he was still at Cambridge, and he actually talks about this in an autobiography where he was going off. His actual job was to go to Russia, but I think he was in Stockholm, and something happened to him in Stockholm, and that's what seems to have turned his whole life to a pursuit of occult wisdom as opposed to any more practical endeavors.
Okay.
That was his kind of awakening or epiphany, and he never, as far as I know, describes exactly what that was. Maybe because he didn't know exactly what it was, and I've run across that a lot, and you may have run it. There are people who do have, whatever the cause them may be, spiritual awakenings. They have some sort of event that takes me. The light goes off. They suddenly see the light. Something happens. But it's very, very difficult usually for them to explain what happened because it's such an individualized experience and it's so out of the unusual. I mean, part of it is that you don't even know what happened exactly. You just know that
Exactly.
something
You're
happened.
going off what somebody else says. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you try to explain it, it was like, oh, I don't know, I was here, and then there was the light, and then I was. And it never comes out. You can't actually describe what happened because it's too personalized. But then there was another big turning point was in 1904. He's actually on his honeymoon, and they're in Egypt, and this is where he's contacted by this entity that he calls Iwas, and it's Iwas that then essentially dictates to him the book of the law, which is
Oh,
the kind of Bible of what's going to be Crowley's new religion. And this is supposedly the Egyptian gods that are they're doing this, and they're using Iwas to do it. And Crowley, I think Iwas was a kind of real. He knew something weird was going on, and he simply described it as being in a room, and there's this voice and this kind of vague presence coming over, from behind him in this darkened room, and he's writing down what he says. I don't. This is okay. This is an opinion. This isn't a
yeah,
fact.
yeah.
I don't think Crowley's just making it up. I think something very unusual happened to him, but it was, if you look at these later statements, it was something that was never repeated. He was always sort of hoping there'd be more to this. And he laments at some point later on that, I was always sort of waiting for the secret chiefs to give me more direction, and it's like they forgot me.
Oh, wow.
in all of this stuff that I've been trying to do, my whole pursuit of magic and the rest of it has all been trying to understand this, and they sort of reach out and do this and then go away. And then of course there's go ahead.
When he's doing this, like what role do the now does he get into, like, okay, they now they left me, now he gets into symbolism and sigils?
Well, sigil is a way of, it's an emblem to visualize something.
Okay.
Okay, that's it's a lot of occultism is all about symbols. Symbols carry a great deal of importance. It's like, well, compare that to the description. One of the closest I've ever think to a kind of official description of what Freemasonry is. So sometimes people will say, well, it's just fellowship and self-improvement. It can be, if that's what you want.
Okay.
But the more doctrinaire explanation is that Freemasonry is a system of morality veiled in allegories and illustrated by symbols.
Okay.
Which tells you what exactly? Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Other than it's this, there are allegories and there are symbols which are involved, but then you would have to know what the significance of those things might be. So Crowley also, carried out rituals. He evoked beings in one form or another, and one of those, there's the famous picture he drew of Lamb. The thing that some people argue looks like a gray alien because it has a big head.
Yep.
And in fact, there are people who will insist that that's exactly what it is. And it looks kind of like that.
I'm on the fence too.
Well, I had a friend of mine who was an artist who I showed that to once, and they go, "Oh, that's not a big head. That's just perspective. That's just someone bending over forward."
Okay.
And ever since they pointed that out, that's what it looks like. So it's just a matter of perception as to what it could be. So there are those who would argue that Lamb, because it looks like that people think some aliens are supposed to look like, that must have been, that in his summoning of gods and spirits was actually a summoning of alien intelligences.
Okay.
Now here's the thing.
Whew,
Tell me exactly what the difference between those would be.
Between an alien intelligence and
gods, spirits. Okay, it's they.
Well, if you have a god, a god is a god should be all knowing. If you're talking about God, then God is knowing, powerful, peaceful, energy. It's not destructive in any way. But if you go alien, then I'm thinking, or extraterrestrial, I would be thinking more the lines of they are their own species and they have their own basis for their own network. It's like ant colony almost. They have their own god for themselves. We have our own god, and so on and so on and so on and so on. It goes up the line. We believe that they are God, then they believe something else is God, then that believes something else is God because there's something always over you.
Constantly sending gods. Yeah, I mean, it would be, the idea was Iwas, the supposed spirit who was dictating the book of the law, was this a disincarnate being, or was it somebody can take that and argue, no, that was some sort of extraterrestrial presence. And the question I would go back to is that how, from our perspective, can we know the difference? I mean, let's put it this way. We don't know what the hell extraterrestrials would be. Okay, we can imagine them. Okay, we usually imagine them as looking like us because, what else? I mean, that's more fun. I mean, you can't have sex with them if they don't look like us, and that's okay. And you always
That's the easiest way to describe it. It's like if they look like us, aliens, we think they're normal.
Right. So we would think that, but all of it could be like squids. So we really don't have any idea because despite everything else, we don't have an example. Right?
Yes.
We don't have an example. So and everything is something that we can interpret or imagine. And there is, and I'm sure you know Jacques Vallée.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So Jacques Vallée, I think in books like Passport to Magonia and others, and I thought these are really interesting reading, where he's arguing, well, if you go through and you look at older stories about gods and spirits, or things like fairies, okay, which can change shape and always disappear, and they're kind of mischievous
Yep.
and do things like, because if you compare that with kind of modern abduction stories and the rest of it, they're all pretty much the same story in slightly different costume.
Hmm.
And without saying that I think, oh, well, Jacques Vallée has it all figured out, or Jacques Vallée, I think that's a point worth considering, because those things do appear very similar to each other. And it's there's a case in point from fairly recent history that I ran across in old Bureau of Invest before the FBI. There was just the BI, the Bureau of Investigation. So this goes back to 1917, 1918
Oh
in
wow.
Utah. Okay. And what I was looking for, I was looking through these old files, and I could, they were digitized and I could search them. And I was looking for the search term airship. Okay. And for reasons that, and what I came up with this 400-page file, which describes a a Bureau of Investigation agent's infiltration and investigation of what we would now call a UFO contactee group.
Oh wow.
That they never actually, but okay, so this is 1918, so those
Yeah.
terms don't exist. So what they're talking about is that people talk about mystery airships. So what was going on? Well, in 1918, over rural Utah and over some towns, people were seeing what? Weird lights in the sky at night.
Yes.
And they're moving around and doing all kinds of, and remember, this is Utah. It's 1918. Airplanes, I don't know, there were what? 3 aircraft in the whole state.
Not very many at all.
So if you see a big light in the sky somewhere over Green River, Utah in 1918, it's really weird. So there's a federal agent by the name of Leon Bone who decides he's going to try to investigate this, and then he reads this article in a newspaper where these local guys in Salt Lake City are saying that, oh yeah, we're responsible for those lights. We built this craft and we can
Of
do all
course they
these
are.
things with it. So he goes to them and he finds out that they go, oh yeah, well we were shown how to do this by the adept, or they have all kinds of names for this thing. The guy who lives in some sort of like large craft, which is in orbit above, which is way up in the sky above. But what they're describing is that it's in the kind of, you know consistent orbit, synchronous orbit, by which
Okay.
always above Salt Lake City. And we go up, and this guy who can take any kind of form, he can appear as your dead grandmother or whatever it is.
Oh wow.
And he taught us how to build these craft, and we control them with this little thing which is about the size of our fist, and it's got these rotating discs in it,
Huh.
which I thought was weird, because you'll run across these other references to things that have rapidly rotating discs.
Yes.
Now, these guys are, well, this is the interesting part of it. The guys who are telling this story are, one, they're all Freemasons. Okay. They're also all actual masons. They're tile setters.
Oh jeez.
Well, they're also miners and the rest of it. They're all Mormons. So there you go. It's Utah. So there's this kind of Mormon mystical aspect which is connected to it. And this, so anyway, they tell Bone that, yeah, we receive messages from the adept, and he tells us how to build the craft, and we go all around the
Oh.
world and these things. And then he's having us form a secret society, because eventually the secret society will run the world. Because, and why is he telling us this? well, because human beings are destructive and they need to be spiritually guided in some way, and you're all going to be part of this new
So
kind of
that's where people start talking about like the breakaway human civilization. Like some people talk about that if these organizations have this high technology, they could just break away from civilization and be their own.
and be there. Well, that was part. Yeah, they actually have. So Bone gets initiated into this group.
Okay.
Then his bosses decide that he's become unobjective because he's joined the group. And they send another agent in from Los Angeles who decides that no, these guys are all German spies and they're up to some sort of weird German stuff. And they try to prosecute them for different crimes. Eventually, the two key ringleaders are judged to be selectively insane
What?
because they will not recant their stories. And they're sent to the state mental hospital in Provo for a month. And then apparently something happens and they let them go, and nobody ever talks about it again.
What?
So what's weird about this is that, remember, this isn't 1947.
Yeah.
This is some decades, but not that far earlier, and all of this is being discussed in the sort of terms of the time. But had this happened in the 1950s, this would have been a UFO case. It would have been a saucer cult.
Yeah.
And it's even the same sort of message. I mean, if you look at a lot of this, of the saucer religions in the 50s and 60s, they're all about how the benign angel-like aliens are coming down and they're going, and how they're always shaking their finger at us and telling us we shouldn't have atom bombs and how it should be more peaceful. And they're going to, well, that's the same stuff that these guys were being told. But also with the same sort of fantastic. I mean, there are stories about how fast the craft could go and the things they could do in them. And there's at one point, the ringleader of the whole thing is a guy named John Van Valkenburg, which he's nothing terribly exceptional about him. And at one point, he's put under surveillance. In fact, it's when the new investigator comes in. So he has all these guys following, and they're being watched 24 hours a day. And much of the whole file just consists of statements from the observers about that we didn't see anything. Nothing happened. I went here, I sat here for 8 hours, ate lunch. It cost me 25 cents. Nothing happened.
Yeah.
So what he claims is that, yes, on these particular nights, I left my house. I went out basically to the desert where I had one of these craft hidden, and I went on a trip in it. And the investigators are saying, no, you didn't, because you were watched all night long and you never came out of the house.
Huh.
And he goes, but I did. And they go, no, you didn't.
Wow.
This is actually this is why they're judged to be selectively insane.
Okay.
Because he will still insist that no matter the fact that you didn't see me leave the house, I somehow was able to do that without you seeing me, and I can't explain how that happened. And they're going, you're obviously lying about this. And it's very, again, who's telling the truth and who is.
But then who is it? One of the presidents were talking about seeing, Bigfoot, in the woods and everything, and wrote about it and everything, and he's not crazy.
Well, people see I don't think anybody is. There's a guy who
he's crazy, because of his position.
There was a fellow I know. I'll leave his name out of it, but I'll tell you what his name is. Among other things, he was an early when he was a lieutenant in the Air Force in the 60s. He was actually an investigator for Project Blue Book.
Okay.
So in Oregon and Washington, if somebody called in, I think I saw a flying saucer or I saw something strange, he would go out and he would talk to them. And I think I asked him once. I said, "Well, who did you encounter when you're out? Did you seem to be talking to crazy people, or did they seem?" And he goes, "No, I never interviewed anybody who I thought was crazy. I thought these people had all seen something. The thing was is that they didn't know what they'd seen, and they couldn't give me a description that was clear about what they. So they were, the that that people actually experience. I mean, it's like the Utah story. People
Mhm.
see strange things in the sky. Okay, there's nothing new about that. That's been
Yeah.
going on for a long time. And I thought what was interesting about that particular story is that it showed that, decades before, Roswell, Kenneth Arnold, any of this stuff crops up in 1947, the same thing had been happening. It just never caught on. This was the same sort of, whatever this is, it was the same sort of phenomenon that was taking place. Now, whether that's just some, is if I don't know how it would work. Is this some sort of artifact of the human psyche that people just experience delusions of one kind or
Yeah.
another? Oh, by the way, none of these guys could ever provide the slightest physical evidence of any of the craft that they claim to have built.
Hmm.
Okay. They were always going to like, well, we're gonna show you this, but they never do. So nobody except them. And in fact, even in the group, you find out that only two people claim to have ever actually operated the craft.
See, that would be a little bit hard to swallow because I'm all about showing evidence. Like if you're like Skywatchers out there saying we're going to psionically call down these UFOs with our minds and dog whistles. Okay, that's great, but show me.
Well, I would agree. This is, when it comes to this, I'll put my cards on the table. When it comes to, I have no doubt that there's a UFO phenomenon.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's okay. That happens. People, it's just like the investigator said. People saw things; they weren't quite sure what they were. So people do actually experiencing these things. But see, that's the fact. The
Yeah.
fact is that people experience these things. Then we get all of the opinion over what those things mean. And so I accept that the phenomena exists, but to go beyond that, you got to show me something. All right,
Yeah.
I've got to. Okay, it can't just be an endless series of personal impressions.
Or
I want to
trust
see the
me,
damn. I
bro.
want to see the damn saucer. All right, that's it. Or
Or them
Bigfoot.
saying just, hey, trust me, bro.
I don't, big. I'm not going to be satisfied with fuzzy pictures taken in the woods. Somebody's story about what they saw. I want to see it. Then we've got something to talk about. So, I mean, I know that puts the bar kind of high, but that's where it's got to be if you're
It
going to.
has to be because with everything out there, technology, like we were talking about with artificial intelligence, it both hinders and helps the subject. So it's like a double-edged sword. And also with, different organizations, have different aspects, different goals, different, everybody's out for whatever that certain goal is, you know. Um, one thing I wanted to ask you, have you ever discovered something so dark that either you had to just walk away or you were hesitant to like go further into it?
Well, there are aspects of things that are unpleasant. Anything is so dark that I had to sort of walk away from. Another way
Maybe
to
not
think about it
dark,
is,
but you were like, this is not my cup of tea.
uh, yeah, it depends. There also it's similar to the idea. Is there anything that I've ever been specifically warned that I should not, or and it's just a kind of friendly caution that this
Yeah,
perhaps would
yeah.
not be a wise idea to pursue. Um, yeah, one of the things that I wasn't that interested in it, but it all had to do with you probably heard the stuff about the supposed vast hoard of gold that the Japanese collected in East Asia during World War II and hid in the Philippines. The whole idea of Yamashita's gold, that type of thing.
Yes.
There's a big Japanese treasure. Then this was somehow used to finance various things. Um, I had a friend of mine were interested. He was more interested than I was, and we were making different inquiries. And we're told by a couple of people that, well, this probably just isn't a why. I'm not even sure how much they knew about it, but their idea was that what if you suspect about this is true? What would you do if you figured this out? I mean,
Exactly.
because if people have spent that amount of time and effort to cover this up, and if you readily suspect that they've killed lots of people to keep it secret, why are you trying to? What do you think's going to happen if you? Okay,
You kick over that rock.
you think you're going to find this and write a book about it and expose everything?
Oh,
No, that's not going to happen. Uh, there are some things that sort of verge on. Well, they have to do with things like human sacrifice. Okay, I mean, whether or not people actually kill
yeah.
people in rituals. Um, I haven't been part of it, but I think that does happen. Okay, and it doesn't necessarily, and it can just be another example of the fact that people, when they become convinced of an idea, will pursue it. Um, I mean, look, you and I probably, I'm just guessing in your case, but I would say that I don't really think I'm not going to go out and sacrifice somebody to Satan or something else because I think it's going to get me, you know,
No.
riches or something. I don't believe that. Well, I
Nope.
don't want to, but I acknowledge that other people do believe that and would practice it. And it was basically getting information. I'm going to be really vague about this because I don't want to go into it, about where those type of rituals might have occurred, and then going there and seeing things that reasonably convinced me that something like that probably had happened or could have happened,
Ooh.
and that was not really a place put it to hang around.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Um, it was the kind of realization that we're not just talking about this. People really do this stuff.
Yeah, and it's crazy. They believe it.
They Not a lot, but not only do they do this stuff, but they did it here.
Yeah.
So that's there are unpleasant things in it. It's the introduction to. I've never in a lot of ways when when I was in high school, which was a long, long time ago. Some friends and I decided that we started playing around with guess what we started playing around with?
What?
A Ouija board.
Oh boy.
Yeah, okay. I don't recommend that for a number of reasons.
No.
We would just start out asking questions, but we would, began asking questions. I mean, a Ouija board is a kind of weird version of AI
Okay.
because what you do is you now got this kind of, I don't know, spiritual digital assistant of some kind who will answer all of these questions. Now, the answers may be complete BS or the answers might be startlingly real, but it was one of those things that we spent a lot of time with, and it was all kind of pretty much fun and games. But I can tell you exactly when the turning point occurred with that. And being that we were teenage boys, all of our questions weren't about teenage girls, but this would, inevitably that kind of came into it. And there was a particular young woman that I don't think any of us were, particularly interested in her that way, but we knew her. She was an acquaintance in one point. And I don't know what the subject was that she was involved in. And the Ouija, as we refer to it, she goes, "Oh, you know, she's going to lose her head soon."
What?
That was it. She's going to lose her head soon. Well, we just thought she was a
Oh
little wacky
no.
anyway. Well, not long after that, I mean, within a matter of, a couple of weeks at most, maybe several days, she was involved in a fatal car accident in which she was decapitated.
No way.
Well, that was
Oh
our reaction
wow.
to it. And
Ooh.
that was kind of a wake up call in some way that this, would occasionally take a turn towards
It has some real aspects to it.
seriousness.
Yeah.
Um, But this was the thing that we're always told by the Ouija, which was that, well, I can give you total bullshit answers.
Yeah.
I don't have to tell you the truth. So I can just make up some stupid story and tell you, or I can tell you the truth. Okay.
Yeah.
And it really just sort of depends upon whether your questions interest me. That was one of the things. And it was also clear over a period of time, as you began to connect the dots, that it's the things it was interested in, the things it was trying to get you interested in, were all trying to sort of lead you in a particular direction.
Same thing that all these, agencies are doing too. And that's a good spot right there. Um, how much of what we call conspiracy theory it can be deliberated like as a smoke screen created by intelligence agencies to obscure the truths.
Well, remember I said earlier that the basic role of the agencies is to acquire other secrets and to protect their own. And one of the ways in which you accomplish both, especially is through disinformation, through half truths,
Okay.
through lies embedded in a matrix of truth that in some ways will you can use there's a particular tactic which fits into this in the form of disinformation, which is coming up with demonstrably fake documents which purport to describe something and which at first glance appear to be authentic or look
Mhm.
like they might be authentic. They say, they look like government documents of one kind or another. But as happens pretty often, once somebody begins to look at them closely, you can begin to find the flaws. And it becomes not immediately apparent that they're fake, but with a little bit of study, you find out that some of them are fake, definitely, and that others, which then means, okay, what does that tell me? I've got 50 pages of documents here, and I know that 12 of them are fake. The others I can't prove, but they all came in the same package. Well, you've got the purpose of that isn't to sell a lie. The purpose of that is to discredit the truth.
Okay.
So,
And to just seed the information with more untruths that people can't possibly be able to prove.
well, all you have to do is implant two or three obvious flaws in this. They can be okay. These things are not. These documents are not authentic.
Okay.
But once you've done that, you may have 50 documents in the same group, but once you've shown that three of those you can definitely prove are fakes, you can't trust anything in the rest of them.
That's very true. And there's one set of documents I'm still on the fence with as far as like the UFO community. Majestic 12.
Yes. Okay.
I understand the documents. They depict authentic seals and this and that, but it's pretty easy to go online and say, what was the seal? What was this? What was that? AI can pretty much show you what was back then.
Well, I mean, those could be. I'm just saying it could be, not that
It
it is,
could, yes.
but that would be a way to do that. If you wanted to discredit information, you would put a few poison pills into it. That you'd create something that looked pretty good at first glance, but then as you got into it, you'd find out that some of this it's just wrong, and now you can't trust anything which is said there. And
Okay.
you've then made not only everything said in those documents questionable, anybody who ever says the same thing again will be questioned because it says the same thing that apparently has been. And that tactic has been used again and again and again. I mean, if
Oh
I wanted
yeah.
to go back, right after the Russian Revolution, takes us back in that direction, there was an American agent in Russia who was handed a group of documents His name was Edgar Sison, and he was a member of a sort of American propaganda team. And these things are called the Sison documents.
Okay.
And what these purported to prove is they showed all of the sort of bank transfers and dealings between the Germans and the Bolsheviks, and how the Bolsheviks were receiving German money.
Oh.
Right.
Huh.
And so he brought these back to the US, and they were published, and they were then initially hailed as proof of a German Bolshevik conspiracy, that the Bolsheviks essentially had been taking money from the Germans to take Russia out of the war. But then people started looking at them closely and found out, oh, well, this agency doesn't actually exist. This letterhead isn't right. And you could go through it and you could pick out everything which was wrong about it. And the Sison documents went from being proof to being forgeries,
Yeah.
which they were. But then 60, 70 years down the line, new archival discoveries show that the basic story they were telling was true. The Bolsheviks actually were getting money from the Germans.
Yep.
And that's what it was done. The dossier basically was concocted by the Bolsheviks themselves, handed off to a gullible American who would then go and publish them, which is what they wanted him to do. But they had made sure that there were sufficient number of fakes or little mistakes in it that it would ultimately discredit the very idea that it appeared to advance.
Okay. Here's a good one for you. Based off of this that we're talking about right now. Do you think the Cold War ever truly ended, or has it simply evolved into something more occult and psychological?
Well, I mean, did the Soviet Union collapse? Yeah, the Soviet Union collapsed. Okay, or there was a change. I mean, most of the same people stayed in charge.
Yeah,
That's true of most revolutions. But did it go out of business? But on the other hand, did the Cold War end that the international rivalry between Russia and the West change? Obviously not. What are we going through right now? All right, we're just right back where you started, because the same sort of geopolitical realities are there. So it's one of the ways to think of that. It was put forward to me is that it's. Regimes change, but the regimes take over the same country. It's sort of like somebody else moves into a house.
Yeah.
But when you move into that house, you now have all the issues involved with whoever is in the house. So if the roof leaks, you have to deal with that. If you've got if you've got crazy neighbors behind you, you're going to have to deal with that as well. If you got crabgrass in your lawn, you're going to have it. So the new owners will eventually just begin to function and act very much like the previous owners, because that's the reality they live in, and that's what they have to deal with.
Okay.
So the whole thing is that simplify it, whoever rules Russia, whatever their political ideology is looking at the world out the window of the House of Russia, and they will confront exactly the same thing. So Western mistrust of Russia and Russian mistrust of the West didn't begin with the Soviets. It goes back to 1054.
Shoot.
Don't ask me.
Wow.
It goes back to the split between the Eastern and the Western Christian churches. But
Okay.
that's another story for another time.
Oh yeah, that's another story. I was gonna say we're getting kind of long here.
Yeah.
About 5
But,
minutes. I think we'll end it here if you don't mind. I just wanted to ask you one more question. Can you give any advice for the next generation of researchers in this field? Can you give them advice? Like what mistakes did you learn from in your career?
Well, one of the things you got to do, if mistakes, one mistake is simply, remember I said that there are a few facts and there's a lot of opinion, and that's embedded into a thing called a narrative, which means it's a story. All right. Don't marry yourself to a particular narrative, even if it's the narrative that everyone else expects. Okay. Go back to the beginning. Always take things back to the beginning. Find out whether or not there are 10 different people saying the same thing, or there are 9 people simply repeating what one person said. And the only
Now,
way
does
you
it
do that,
matter? Does it matter if you have 50 people that see something, or you have 10 people that are scientists that see something? Does it matter, or is it based off of their perceptional?
well, it all depends whether they know what they're looking at.
Yeah,
And it's
true.
usually their sort of their interpretation of it. People see weird lights in the sky. I don't know. If you're an astronomer, you may look at it one way. If you're an aerospace designer, you might well see something else. They can interpret it. The point is they see lights that they don't readily have an explanation for, so they come up with an explanation.
Okay.
That is, they make it up based upon their set of knowledge. So try to trace information back, go back to the beginning.
Okay.
Okay, as opposed to taking everyone's word for what happened. Go back and look at the original news reports. Doesn't mean that they're true. It means they're the first things you have to deal with. They're the
Yeah.
initial reporting which goes on. Examine all of the evidence you can find. Even the stuff that just seems off the wall and crazy. Look at it.
Okay.
Okay. And because otherwise you start doing this thing of that, well, I'm not going to consider this and I'm not going to consider that, which means that you've already sort of picked a narrative and you're following it.
Okay.
And where I've begun, I would say that a couple of places where I learned the hard way that in following that kind of accepted narrative that it's wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you're always in the process of trying to edit out material that doesn't fit with it. And the whole thing is that the idea was wrong to begin with. Whereas if you went back, when I eventually went back to the beginning and looked at things and I put that story aside and I just looked at what I had in front of me, I could see it much more clearly.
Okay.
Okay, let the story collect all the data points you can and let the story sort of tell itself as opposed to you forcing it into a model that you want it to have.
Okay.
Because if you've got some sort, if you've already got a story in mind, if you've already written the script, then everything is just going to fit with the script.
It
And
fits into the narrative of the script. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it will just go that way. So examine all the information you can. Always keep a very active BS meter because there's a lot of BS. Keep in mind that what you can be looking at is that, again, the example that you can be looking at lies embedded in truth, and one either to try to sell the lie or to discredit the truth. Look for information coming from different angles. Remember, it's not
Okay.
just one person repeating people just repeating what one person initially said, carrying on the story, but that there seemed to be independent verification of something. That people, so I say 3 sources who seem to have no contact with each other or unaware of each other are all saying basically the same thing. That's something you should pay attention to. And the other thing you should pay attention to is when the same thing keeps coming up again and again.
Okay.
There's a reason for that.
And where can people contact you, find your books that you have for sale? I think I do have some of your links in the description as well.
Okay, so in terms of shameless self-promotion, my book, Secret Agent 666, the book on Aleister Crowley, that's available on Amazon or wherever you can find books. Um,
I'm waiting
I
for mine to come in right now. I'm waiting to read that one.
and I've got a book on more mundane, but it's sure got plenty of conspiracy in it. Wall Street and the Russian Revolution.
Okay.
That's also available out there. My book on Sidney Riley, a spy who had his esoteric side as well. The Trust No One, The Secret World of Sidney Riley. I think that's gone out of print, but copies are still available out
Okay.
there. The other more recent work, I go back to the Great Courses. So the Great Courses, you can find, I have 3 series that are there. One is Real History of Secret Societies. The other is Crimes of the Century. And then the most recent are Secrets of the Occult. And 2 of those are
Ooh.
24 episodes. and I'm working on one on great villains. And last but not least, a friend and I have started what else? A podcast, which is available on YouTube and Spotify and the other platforms.
Everybody's starting them.
It's yeah, I know it's gonna
It's
it's
the
the
best way to
destiny
get
of all
information
humans to have them. It is a crowded field, so it's called Strange as It Seems. So on Amazon, you have to find that with Strange as It Seems podcast to differentiate it from other things. And I think we have about 10 episodes out, and they cover a lot. One of those episodes is on the Utah airship mystery. I think that was
Ooh,
the
nice.
first one we did. And there are others available on a variety of everything from Aleister Crowley and the weaponization of magic to James Shelby Downard, Jack Parsons, and there will be more to come. So you might check that out and subscribe and do all of those things people beg you to do.
That's why when I looked at your background and I saw all that, I was like, I have the perfect introduction, the mystery and the shadows.
Says that's because those are fun. Okay.
Yeah.
Why do I study that? Because those are fun and they don't lend themselves to easy answers.
True.
It's the mystery that keeps you going. A lot of times, not always, but a lot of times when you got a mystery and then you eventually solve it, it's not interesting anymore.
That's very true. Well, it was lovely having you on.
Great to be on.
Dr. Rick Spence. I mean, I would love to have you on again, just
Sure.
to talk about,
Sure.
any new kind of stuff, anything that you have coming up. You're more than welcome to reach out to the podcast over here. We'll have you on anytime you want to be back.
Okay. I'll take you up on that, I'm sure. All right.
Oh, definitely. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. And that was Dr. Rick Spence. Man, I'm telling you, the shadows are just something that everybody needs to take a look at. All right. That's what this podcast is about. We're bringing the shadows into the light. Okay. We need to talk about it. We need to get more people involved. We need to get more people looking into these organizations, because if they're brought out into the light, they can't do anything behind us. They can't do anything that's going to make us into a certain way that they want. It's just like Dr. Rick Spence said, start from the beginning and work from there. Even if it starts off as mysterious and mystical, well, that's where everything started. Have a great night, Galactic Podcast. Hello and welcome everybody to the Galactic Family Podcast. Everyone knows we unveil the secrets behind the veil on this. We have a great guest today, Andrew Shecktor, bridging science, spirituality, and the unknown. Andrew Shecktor is a scientist, an engineer who dares to explore the hidden layers of existence. With a background in biomedicine, politics, and religion, he brings a rare lens to the mysteries of consciousness, reality, and contact beyond the veil. Once in the world of science meets faith podcasting, Andrew now delves into the idea that we may be living in a holographic illusion where mind, matter, and message intertwine. He challenges conventional thought, opening doors to quantum communication and the unseen forces guiding our world. A seeker of truth in the universe full of questions, Andrew Shecktor walks on the edge of the known and the unknowable. Andrew, welcome to the Galactic Family Podcast. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing really great. Very exciting to be in a crazy world we're living in now. There's a lot of thought processes going on, and a lot of what I believe in, it's actually coming true. And I think a lot of it has to do with the expanding population of the world and the shrinking knowledge base, the shrinking consciousness, because consciousness, in my belief, is limited in its scope and it matures over time.
Okay.
I'd like to just to give a quick a couple, not an intro, but a kind of a qualification, because a lot of people don't know me. I've been as a local politician, and I've run for, or I had to run for U.S. Senate,
Oh, nice.
and a few other things. So it's good to know. It's really good to know the politics of the situation, because that helps to understand what people are all about, and it's a crazy world out there. But a couple of things. That number one, I was actually the director of biomedical engineering for Lower Bucks Hospital in southeastern PA for a number of years, and I was on a team with a company called ECR that actually certifies biomedical equipment. And from that point, I went into work for Siemens Energy and Automation as a process and a design engineer. So I've been around the corner. Now I'm kind of semi-retired. I'm doing work in the internet, so I got a lot of experience. I got a chance to meet a lot of people. I'm also an author, and I'm not here to promote my book, but if anybody's interested, one of my latest books is called The Fair No Escape. And I bring that up because it doesn't sound like much that would relate to this podcast. However, in this book, I take a approach of a surrealistic alternate reality to discuss all these various topics in both esoteric religion and in science, and also in consciousness, which is one of my big fields that I work in. Been doing that for about 20 years now. And perhaps before that, I was working with biomedical things such as how the human body processes information, that sort of thing. I'm not a physician. I'm a self-made person, 100% self-made, and yet I've succeeded in all these various things that I've been doing. So you can do it if you try. That's my thing, and that's a part of the consciousness. This what I call universal consciousness. We can absorb that, and we can take that in and use that power in our brains. People call it different things. In the past, it's been called religion. In the past, it's been called witchcraft. In the past, it's been called anything you want to name it. It's the universal consciousness, or I call it the God figure, because God is everything. I believe that the universe is God. We're connected to it, and I'll explain that in a minute. But
so what led you to hard science, to exploring the metaphysical and the paranormal?
Well, believe it or not, it was being thrown out of my church when I was younger. So my parents were one side. My dad's side was a Russian Jew. My mother's side was Italian Catholic, and they couldn't decide what they wanted to do. They became Quakers, and Quakers, everybody accepted. What are you going to do? How can you argue about it? So what happened was that when my dad died, the church came in and kind of helped my mom. And when she passed away, I was still a young fellow, and they did nothing for me. I was very depressed. I mean, my dad and my mom died very close to each other, and about a year later, they came in and they sent me a letter, and they said, you're not a member of our congregation anymore because you didn't pay your tithe. And this is for them to do that was unbelievable. So what I did is I said, you know what? I wonder what religion's all about anyway. Suddenly that set me on this quest, and I started going from church to church, from religion to religion, and I was part of all kinds of different services, learning about what religion's all about. And then I started doing research on it. I actually read the Bible three versions 3 times, and I went back and started doing the science of all this, and I started looking at the archaeology of it and what the purpose of religion is, and how our society is degrading because the religion's not there. That's not the religion. It's not God that's doing it. I also have, believe it or not, I have a doctorate in philosophy and in religion, and I'm also a minister with a side little church that I work with, because I do believe in God myself, but in a different way.
Have you since you have a background in researching religion, have you researched the just to go off topic here for a second, the books that weren't included in the Bible?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay.
All the lost books, and
Yes.
even some of the new Dead Sea Scrolls that have come up that have been translated. I'm not fluent, but I can speak a little bit of Hebrew and Aramaic, so I can actually read, and a little bit of Latin. I don't know much
Wow.
Greek. I don't know much in the way of Greek, but along the way of going through this ministerial training, you will have to learn some of these languages. And
Huh.
I've had a chance to read some of these, and they're very intriguing. They really are. What happened? What happened? I know this is not a religious podcast,
Yeah, yeah, but
but I've done this on my religious on the podcast that I do. I've been saying that the Bible, the King James Bible. You got to really read the Bible to understand it. It's a very scary book. They talk about the Islam and the scary religion they have. Christianity. If you look at the Crusades and the witch burnings, we had a very tough time with the Christian religion too. But a lot of that was placed, in the early years when they combined the books and decided, it wasn't up to the church to decide what books are going to be part of the Bible. But they would say, "Oh, the Lord will direct us to the right books." That's not how it works. You don't leave out books that degrade the church just because you don't want to have the church degraded. So you really have to read the whole thing. And again, I'm not saying that Christianity is bad or Islam. I don't get into religion in that manner. I just look at the actual facts. The fact is that this goes into our podcast topic today.
yeah,
The fact is that there's two things that are very important to society and to functioning society and to a knowledge and intellectual understanding of the world. The first one is that we need to have open minds and learn and learn to meld science with religion. You need to look at what's really true and what's really factual, both in your religion and in your science, and you can meld those two together. But we have to look at that and become part of it and understand that we cannot be fixated. I've had so many ministers go against me because they said, "Oh, you're saying that Jesus is this and that and that." Well, Jesus was God. God is the one you worship. You don't worship Jesus. You worship God. I don't care if you're a Christian or a Jew. You go worship God. And people don't understand this. And I get chided for this all the time. But I'm one of the most, I guess, the most believers in faith and religion as being part of the fabric of the universe. There's a whole difference. People don't understand that the religion came about because of the fabric of time and space and just the way the universe is put together, that we will never understand that. And when you get to that point where you cannot understand something, you put someone in charge of that. And in this case, it's God. God's in charge. And if you follow God, now you've got a mommy, so to speak. I hate to say this to people that are, this is why I get chided a lot over religion, but I'm a very religious person. But it's true that God is put in place as the father, the mother, the father and the mother of the universe. And it's a placeholder is what it is. And I'll explain that in a minute. But I want to say one thing, because this is important to your viewers, that this, believe it or not, just came up when you decided to say, "Hey, come on my podcast." I read popular mechanics. I like tools, and I like to play with fix things. But sometimes lately they've been getting. If anybody hasn't read popular mechanics, they've been getting into a lot of this really esoteric stuff lately. It just boggles the mind. So this was a printout from the 11th, April the 11th, Popular Mechanics. It says that consciousness formed before life itself. Scientists say, and evidence could be in this asteroid sample. They're talking about the asteroid Bennu. And this is Popular Mechanics talking about
wow.
this. Yes, I couldn't believe it. Without reading through the whole article, it's basically saying that consciousness does not come from biology. Consciousness comes from outside of biology. It latches on. A consciousness latches on to certain crystals within the brain that it then links up to the brain. So the consciousness, this article from Popular Mechanics, supposedly, I haven't researched these scientists. This just came in on the 11th, but check popularmechanics.com if you want to look it up. But they're basically saying that consciousness comes from outside of the human body, outside of biology, and it connects to the brain, and the brain uses these it's based on quantum mechanics, that this consciousness can take over the whole brain, essentially. That's why when one piece of your brain dies, if you have a stroke, another piece takes over, because that consciousness and that network is self-healing to some degree, not 100%, but to some degree. Now,
Okay.
I'm going to
So
stop.
are we living in a hologram then?
That's
Because
where I'm heading. Exactly.
yes,
Now,
like,
now you get,
okay,
to
because
the
this is the way I feel. Okay,
right. I
our
have
our, our senses are limited
right,
in what we can perceive and what we can process because our brain is also limited.
right.
And if we try to overstimulate your senses, it's like overclocking a CPU, and you could really hurt your insides of your brain.
Well, you'll also reach that brick wall where it's not that we weren't. How can I word this? It's the way the system works. It's the way that we're programmed. I'm going to use the word program because we don't exist. Now I'm going to. There's two things. First let's talk about the human body to begin with. Then we're going to talk about human
Okay.
existence to begin with. So the human body and the brain are limited, like you said, they're limited in scope to what you can actually sense. And as an astronomer, also an amateur astronomer, when you look up in the sky, all you see is stars. I see nebula and I see galaxies, things you can't see because you don't have a telescope that can see through these things in infrared and ultraviolet. And other animals in existence can see other colors, and other dogs can find dynamite. I'm sure you can't go sniff dynamite. Yeah, but even that's limited because of how this whole system works. Let's look at the possibility. I hawk creation, and you have to define creation too. My vision of creation is that someone, somewhere, something, somehow will never understand or appreciate or know it, and don't even try to figure it out. But somehow the switch was flicked and we came into existence. And I'm saying that because there is no such thing as matter, and without matter, there's all, the scientists say, oh, it was a big bang. Well, where did the bang come from? Where did the stuff come from? Now, I just think it just came into being. Poof, you're there in some fashion, and maybe it's expanding, maybe it's doing certain things the scientists are seeing now, but I see them too as an astronomer. But it's not possible for something to come from nothing. It goes against the very grain of scientific theory. Nothing can neither be created nor destroyed. And they're saying there was a big bang and the universe was created. They just went against their own science.
Well, I actually had another theory on that, of the Big Bang, that nobody's talked about. An opposite theory that I don't think anybody has talked about is that I don't think the Big Bang happened in this dimension.
Right. Because
When the Big Bang happened, it created the dimensions.
Right. You're right. That is a great theory, and again, that goes along with matter can neither be created nor destroyed. And you're absolutely right. And we may never understand that, but you have a good path. Some scientists have actually suggested that. They're saying there's 5, 6, 7, or 8 more dimensions, and they can all be in place simultaneously.
And if the universe is ever expanding, then that means dimensions will also expand.
Correct. That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
So we're on the same page. Absolutely. But again, if there was a big bang, it was just a rift between these various dimensions. That it wasn't a bang; it was just a shift of matter, essentially. But I want you to look. That's what I was getting onto here. Now, I want you to look at what a human being is. Now, we all know, anyone who's read the newspapers and they talk about this CERN reactor over in over in Europe. And other things that there's certain particles, like one of them are the neutrinos. Neutrinos are a very fast moving, high energy particle that can go through anything. Neutrinos are hitting you thousands and thousands every second, and they're going right through the earth and continuing on in the universe. Now, how can they do that if we're solid? Well, you can't. How can they do that if we even have magnetic fields and electrical fields that keep ourselves together? They can't do that. The thing is that you need to drill down. And that's one of the things I go over in that book that I wrote. I'm working on another book now too, by the way. But that what I go over is that as you drill down, let's look into space first. You don't realize, people say, there's Star Trek, you're taking your spaceship, you're out. And why don't the satellites we sent, the ships we sent out, like the Pioneers? Why doesn't, Star Trek, why don't they hit things along the way? Because there's so much stuff in space. When you look up, the space is crowded with stars. Really, they're so far apart that you could fly out and not even navigate, and you would never, your odds of actually hitting something in space that would destroy.
Yeah, I think I heard it was 97% empty space, and I was like, ooh.
Right. Now, we all can understand and appreciate that when you start to think about it. But the problem is, let's go the other direction. Let's look at the human body. I'm looking at my hand right here. Let's look at the human body, okay? As you go into it, I see my hand, right? Now, as I drill down, now I'm going to start seeing the cells. We've all seen human cells. We've seen amoebas and whatnot. You go down and you drill down some more. Suddenly you get into the molecular level, and there's all these molecules bouncing around each other. So you keep going in closer and closer. Now, remember, as you're going in, between the space between the molecules in your body is the same as the space between the stars and the galaxies in the universe. You don't think about it this way, but when you get at that level, that space is, we are literally, I think, was it Einstein, I believe, had determined that a human body, if you distilled down the human body to nothing but actual stuff or energy or whatever you want to call it, the mass would be, the size would be so small you wouldn't even be able to see it. It'd be the size of a pinhead, because we are literally 99.9% nothing, literally. And you go down, and as you go down, you can go in and you won't hit another atom, another molecule. And you hit the atomic level, but there's no matter there. It's all energy. You get down to the atomic level, and you look at these little particles, and you dig deeper, and guess what? There's more energy inside those particles. They're little, just energy spinning around energy. There's no matter.
So the neutron is coming in, and everything is vibrating, and it's just vibrating itself through the material that is vibrating too. It's like it's just going through it, and it's energy and energy.
But don't use the word material, because there is no material.
Well,
it's
not
energy.
material, but energy.
Plasma. We're like a solid. I call it a solid plasma. Have you ever seen like those little balls that you put your hand on and the sparks come out? That's a plasma. There's nothing there but energy. But you can see those sparks. A lightning bolt. You can see the lightning bolt. Is it solid? Is it matter? No, but you can see it, right?
Yeah.
So we're the same way. But the more you drill down, things are so far apart at each level. Each level you go down is another universe. So you go down from the cell, and you can't hit other cells because they're too far apart. You go below the cell, you go into the molecules. The molecules are so far apart. Again, you can go right between them. If you were like miniaturized down there, you could go right between them. You could go down into the center of the atom, and then inside the atom, all the particles. The same thing at each level. It's just energy separated by dead air, dead space, by nothing. Dark matter, what do you want to call it? And that there's no matter how far you drill down, no matter how deep you go, there's not a stitch of matter in the human body. Now, what does that tell me? What does that tell you? That tells you that we are projections of something. We are just a projection. And where that projection, how that works, we may never understand that. But that's the plan of the universe, which is why they say they could be other planets with other people.
But how do we like? What will be the scientific and philosophical implications if we actually prove that we're in a simulated reality? Like that would be huge. We could manipulate the reality because it's simulated.
That's right. And a lot of people say, there have been a lot of stories where how they all true. I've been reading up on some of them are very weak as far as the documentations, but there's been people that have gone out of body and ended up someplace else. There was stories of a school teacher who was teaching class in one place and yet was on the other side of the world doing something with a church.
Oh,
and yeah. And now how many of these are that? My chair just fell down. I'm getting so excited here. Yeah, I hate these chairs that are buttoned on and push them down. But there are these stories of people that have gone other places and done other things. And, I have actually had some experience, a number of experiences. And I don't want to get too far off the topic, but
no, you're fine.
When we were talking that I believe that consciousness evolves and consciousness is separate from the body. consciousness, and that's why we're in such the state we are today. With the way there's so many people that just don't have a clue. I mean, I've seen some that are like not evolved. I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter your political party or who you are. It's just some people are not evolved. Now, here's what I believe, because I've actually had an experience with it. You can say it was a dream. You can say whatever you want to do, but I don't believe this was a dream because I was 2 years old. How many people in your audience remember when they were 2 years old? That's the first question, right? Now, I remember being in my crib at 2 years old. I remember what I looked like. I remember what the crib looked like. That's the scary part. At the same time, and you know, you can't, no one can appreciate, there's things you can't appreciate. You can't appreciate a person that loses all their consciousness for a period, you know, and people with Alzheimer's. I've experienced this myself. I had an issue, I had a stroke, and it's an issue, and it's all fine now, but I had an issue where I just lost time and space and I didn't know where I was. And until that happens to you, you don't realize, just number one, how scary it is. And number one, what that feels like to have no history, to have to not know who you are or where you are. Now, I'm going to jump back because that relates to the coming into this world. So I was in the crib, and I remember being in my crib, and suddenly I remember dying. I can tell you what I looked like. I can tell you who I was. I can tell you what I did as an occupation.
Oh, wow.
I can tell you the style. And I remember, because I looked at the style I later in life, and it's such a vivid memory. It's ingrained in my brain that I remember the operating room and the lights. And they were like from the 20s or 30s. And I was born in the 50s. And I can remember dying, going through this tunnel and seeing my life flash before me. At the same time, I remember simultaneously being in a crib as a baby. Now, how do you do that? You have two consciousnesses. I remember both at the same time in the same place. And then I remember, and then I remember coming through, and this light, this tunnel opened up into the bedroom where I was in the crib, and I looked down at myself in the crib as the older person that had died and got sucked in and merged with myself as a baby. And at that point, things kind of stopped. But weird things happened after that. Like I could suddenly read things that I shouldn't be able to read. I had an imaginary friend I called him Dexter. I used to play when it was by hand like that. I can remember this as a young kid. And then and suddenly my mom said, you know what? This is kind of curious. As I sit in the room and I would play I'd open and close the door. Here, the doorknob said Dexter on it. Now, how's a baby that doesn't know how to speak yet know to call his playmate, his invisible playmate, Dexter, right?
Huh.
I mean, here's my thought. So, and I came in, and I'm not maybe not the highest level. I'm not an Albert Einstein by any stretch of the imagination, or Stephen Hawking. but I've got what I believe is an evolved consciousness because of this. And the interesting thing is, I think that, and it's some of the religions you got, the Hindus and some of the others believe kind of similar things. But when you die, you come in, you become part of another human, which doubles your knowledge, right? And as time goes on, you get smarter and smarter, and humanity gets smarter and smarter. When you have too many kids, when there's too many humans on the planet, there's not enough old souls to merge with the new souls, right? Now then suddenly you end up with a whole generation of, I'm going to call them morons. I hate to say that word, but
or we can call them first generational souls.
First generation, lower level soul. You're essentially becoming Neanderthal again, is what's happening, and evolving from there. So our society, and I hate to call anybody a moron, but it's that level, because I mean, we're seeing some really crazy stuff in the world, especially in these highly populated countries. I mean, the United States is not so bad. We have a few 100 million people, but when you look at China and you look at India and some of these other countries, what the people do and the way they act is just incomprehensible. And you got to live it to see it. I've been there, I've done that, and believe me, it's not something you ever want to see.
I've seen it too. I was stationed over in Germany, where they don't have police brutality laws.
Wow. But and I think that what you're seeing in the world today is a Neolithic mentality amongst the maybe 50 to 60% of the people in the world, only because they haven't had that that ability to accept that. I apologize to any viewers that, like a lot of great people there, but it's what we see.
We're calling them first generational souls that need to upgrade to the next.
Right. And it's a learning experience. It really is. And now that we're seeing some decrease in population, we're seeing maybe we'll see some of that come back the other way. And but I tell it like it is. It's like, that what I see is what you see is what you get, flat out. And seeing some of the things that are going on in the world today that just should not. I mean, there's no way you do things that are being done today. I'm not going to go over this political. I'm not getting involved.
No, you don't have to.
But
there's
everybody understands
things that everybody knows that's going on in the world. The people dying and the earthquakes and the people not helping, and it's mind-boggling.
Right. And so that I can see that as being an evolving thing. And it's not a bad thing. It's the way we started. It's that's how we became human. And I think that that's the path we're following personally. And it's neither good nor bad, but it's something you've got to, if you understand what it is, then you'll say, hey, gee, maybe I should figure out what's going on in the world. But
yeah, right.
There's so much, and I don't know how to word this because it fits in, but it's a whole nother topic of conversation. I've been asked, especially as an ordained minister and people, I used to bring firefighters and police officers in a little church I had. I called it Modern Day Christian Fellowship because it was based on the first 5 books of the Bible, the original Jewish Bible, and it was based on reality. The reality is that if you read Genesis and Exodus and you read just the first 2 books of the Bible, it's science when you look at it. God created in his image. He created him and her. Everybody says, oh, it's God. They say him with a capital H. But yeah, but the Bible says he created him and her. The females as important as the male in Genesis itself. But the creation process is also the same. It says it was created in 7 days. It's really critical because when in the Bible in Genesis, the word day, there's two I forget the little symbol they put on top of it. There's 2 words for day. One day means a 24-hour day from sunset to sunset. That's the Jewish day. That's one day. Then the other way, they add a little tilde thing on top of one of the Hebrew letters. That means day as in question mark. So that means that it could be a day, could be a week, could be a month, could be a year. It's more of an era, a set era that follows a day-like process.
Yeah, so this happened at this time period.
Right. So now a lot of the scientists play on it to say, well, that could be the Big Bang going through, but it could be millions of years. I don't believe it was millions of years, but I believe that the 7 days, the process of the 7 days, if you look into it very closely, it's showing that I hate to use the word God because I believe in God.
Higher entity or higher being.
Ultimate entity, the supreme entity.
Supreme, something.
Yeah. Because I believe the universe is God, and God, because that goes with the Bible too, believe it or not, because it says that the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning, the end, it could be here, there, or everywhere, right? So that even fits in. So, but I believe that the whole universe is essentially God. But if you follow Genesis and you read it the right way, it just says, God just flipped the switch and boom, there we were. There's the stars, there's the day, there's the night, and we're here. And there's no reason it couldn't happen. I love the scientists to say, oh, but you had this dinosaur bones and there's this. Well, if God created, wouldn't there be a history of that creation? Wouldn't you put that in there to people think, oh yeah, we were created. We were, there's a lot of things, but again, that's getting to the religious side of it. But the fact is the science is in there too. The science of that creation, the science of the fact that not only can we be, if you look at the Bible, right, and you look at it goes through others, if you want to read other documents, other religious documents, that they say the same story, but essentially, but because the creation occurred that way, because God is everywhere and everything at all times, couldn't God create another universe? Couldn't God create another existence, right? Other people, other planets. I mean, God can do that, and that's the science says the same thing. Now, here's the interesting thing: does all this matter? Tell me why all this matters. I'm your opinion, Jay. What do you think? That why any of this matters? And I'm going to tell you why in a minute. Do you have any ideas? What's your thoughts on existence? Why do we exist?
We exist because of the experience. it's the knowledge that we gain along the way in our corporeal bodies that we take with us along to the other side, and we grow as our energies evolve, we grow into a whole.
Good answer.
Sort of. So you've gone one level up, one step
Okay.
up. You've gone the second step, and you're absolutely right. I agree 100%, but you're going one step up. The reason we exist is so that there's someone to view the existence. If there was no entity to view the existence of the universe, there would not be a universe. Why would there be a universe? We exist for one reason, that's to observe and the universe and
that's like the whole thing of like the tree falls in the woods and nobody's around to hear it. Did it really make a sound?
Right, and indeed, it really didn't. Now, I'm gonna show the proof of that as well, because we exist to be observers. We are the unit. We are the creation. We are the universe. Now hold this thought for a minute. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you that the question I'm always asked, and a lot of religious leaders are asked this. They're asked. The question is, number one, and as a scientist, this is what I ask other scientists and engineers, because it makes them look so stupid when they talk about the Big Bang and all this other crap. I asked them, so I'll believe your theory that everything came from a pinhole, man, or whatever. I said, just tell me one thing. What was there before the universe, and what comes after? What is existence all about? What is this whole thing about? What's before and what comes after? And then they'll say, well, other universe, other dimension. Okay, fine, that's great. So then I'll say, look, where's the end of the universe? If I travel at 10 million billion light years per second and head out towards the far end of the universe, what am I going to run up against? And if I run up against a wall, what's behind the wall? What's beyond us? And they can't answer that. You can't answer that. You can answer it theoretically. You can answer it esoterically, but they cannot answer that. But my answer, when somebody comes and says, that's the other thing, when did the universe begin, and when, if ever, is the whole universe, and not just our existence, not just our universe, but our entire existence, everything. Because if there's other dimensions, if there's other existences, other whatever it might be, right?
Yeah.
What came before all of that? And what happens after all of that's gone? No one can answer that. I have the answer. You want to hear the answer?
Definitely.
This is interesting, because this will change. This is life changing. And I've learned from having approached death 3 times. I died, and I felt myself being reborn after one of those deaths.
Wow. Here's
the answer, and you can answer. This is going to make you. You're going to have sleepless nights after this when you think about this. All of creation, all of existence, created the day you, and I'm pointing to you, and you, the day you were born. All of creation, all the universe, all of existence will end the day you die. Your universe goes from birth to death. I want you to think about this. There was World War I, World War II. There was the Roman Empire. Think back as far as you can. Can you think about that? Did it ever exist? We don't know. Maybe you're the only person, and I'm saying you because I'm not saying me. It might be me. It might be you. Maybe only one of us exists. Maybe nobody exists. But our universe, our existence is from birth to death.
Okay.
Right? And that makes sense, right? Now, I believe that we switch in and become another, we can come back as another person, but we're not going to be all of us that we were. It's going to be a piece of us. Maybe it's a new universe. Maybe it's a new dimension. I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing at these things.
Okay.
But literally, nothing matters before you were born. You can't remember anything before you were born. And once you die, you're not remembering anything after your death. Literally, it's done. That's the universe. And people worry so much about, oh, I'm worried about my kids. Oh, I'm worried about what's going to happen to America. What's going to happen in Russia? Worry about yourself. And if you worry about yourself and make your little universe perfect for your existence, guess what? If everybody did that, this would be a perfect world.
I agree. I definitely agree with that. 100%.
right?
That makes a lot of sense. It does.
Yeah, a lot of thought. If you think more about that and about your existence, that you work all your life to make your kids' lives better. They got their own life. I put my kids out. People say, "Oh, you're a bad father." No, my kids are doing great. They're doing fantastic. They've got their universe. I got mine. We have Thanksgiving dinner or whatever, and it works great. It's better than micromanaging their lives. It's better than saying, I'm going to save all my money and give it to my kids when I die. Come on, they got their own life. Let them make their own money, right? Let them have their own existence. If you got millions of dollars, fine, leave it to them. You'll never know if they're going to use it because you won't get it till you die. When you're dead, your universe is gone, right?
Yeah. So why then do you think that the science avoids the unexplainable? Well, why does science do that? Just because they don't have tangible in their hand proof that it's real and they could see it? Or
scientists see everywhere. I mean, the United States is probably the worst offender. Other countries are a little more into it. I know Germany and the Netherlands and some other countries out there, even Russia, have done science into the esoteric. America doesn't do that. They don't do, they worry about, let's give an example. I'm going to give a really silly example, but they worry about birth control. It's like, oh, it's always the woman and it's not effectual. They can have very effective contraceptives for males, but they don't do it. They've never researched it because they don't. I guess in a liberal world, you would say because of the male ego. I'm just going to flat out say that because I've seen that. You got this male ego, and the male ego says, I'm the perfect person. And here's a male saying this. I've seen this. I've approached it. I don't believe in it. But most men believe that they are in charge. They want to be in charge. And they plan ahead. They say, this is what it is. Here's science. Now they differentiate science from religion for two reasons. I think that a lot of it goes back into history. If you look at the religious beliefs, our country, in America in particular, we escaped the religious, the church that was controlling, because the church became the government, which is insane. So I think they try to avoid it, this quote separation of church and state that really doesn't exist, but that's a whole different story. But I believe that they try to keep the church out of the religion out of science. And I'm not 100% sure why some other countries, Russia in particular, has been very heavy into that. And they've got a lot of research that they've done. And they did a lot of that during World War II as well. The Nazis, I hate to use the word Nazi, but they were trying to do research on that. God bless their souls. I'm glad they're gone. But the America just never got into that consciousness and the science of existence, I guess is the best way to put it. And I'm not sure why. I mean, just because it makes sense to try to, if anything else, science is not designed to prove things. You're aware of that, right?
Well, my belief is that they, back in that day in World War II, they were more concerned with getting the upper hand on everybody else than they were other countries getting the upper hand on them, like Operation Paperclip, when they had all these scientists come over and everything, and it was a mess. But it was like they did that to try to get ahead in the fields that they were working in, I guess.
Right. That's what both Germany and Russia were doing.
Yeah,
research. Yeah. They were looking at mind control and telekinesis and all kinds of other stuff. But we didn't do any of that. It was crazy. They did that. We didn't really do any of that in America. But it's one of those things that science is the science in general. If you look up a definition of science and do a little more deep dive into it, you'll find science is not out to prove. We're not out to prove that there's alien life. We're not out to prove that there's a cure for cancer. What we're out to prove, what science is doing, is they're looking at what we want, and then they're trying to disprove it. That's what science does. They try to disprove. They say, look, this might be possible. Maybe we can communicate with Alpha Centauri by using our brain.
So is it just that they need to be more open, for what needs to change for science to evolve, that people need to be more open to it?
I think there needs to be more levels to science. I think there needs to be any investigation, anything that the scientists are working on should have two things. They should have, this is what we want. Can we do it? That's the first.
Okay.
This is what we think. Is it right? And then if they go along that path and say, look, Eureka Gelly, but he bent the spoon with his mind. Now you can say, okay, I'm going to disprove that because I don't think that really happened. And when you can no longer disprove that, then then it's a fact. But what they're not doing, the step they're missing is to set goals. Look at Kennedy, making that great commitment to land a man on the moon before the end of the decade, all of that. And he put that in there and he said, this is what we're going to do. So they need to say, this is what we're going to do. The problem is the first question they ask, not just in our country, but in most other countries, the first question they ask is, how much can I make? How much will this make me? Yeah. And that's the big question that, money is so heavily involved in research that now these people are crying now because the federal government's cutting off their funding for whatever they want to do. And, and they were too stupid to realize they should have been thinking like business people and figure out how they're going to fund it on their own. And I'm sure that they can fund your projects if you found people that are like-minded.
Well, you run into places like that. Like I myself, I'm a section state director with MUFON, and we had a case, and I was researching DNA that was foreign to the world. Okay, didn't need to be alien; it just had to be foreign to the planet. Okay, that's it. And I asked the Special Pathogens Research Network if they were researching any pathogens that they thought were off-world. And I've got an email chain that's probably about 30 emails long of us going back and forth and me providing security clearances that I had in the military and this and that. And eventually they said, we don't do research here. And I said, whoa. Special Pathogens Research Network doesn't do research.
Doesn't do research.
That doesn't make sense to me. And I said, okay, well then I'm going to follow this up. So I did. And now 6 months later, I'm still waiting for my rebuttal to be answered.
That's unbelievable. That's just unbelievable.
Like that they want to cover up the stuff that we know they have.
Right.
But they won't stick to the science and say, oh, this is now not esoteric. We knew it was science.
Right.
We just were covering it up.
Right.
Exactly.
It's like some of these scientists are so screwy. I worked with electrocardiographs, they show your heartbeat, right?
Yeah.
And there's a thing there's two ways that they did this this is back in the old cathode ray tube days. That's showing my age here. But they had two types of monitoring. One was called a multi-lead, and they particularly called a 12 lead. They have some that are more than that, but the 12 lead where they have 12 electrodes placed around your body. And then there's a 3 lead or 4 lead, which is used mostly for ambulatory monitoring and when you're in the bed, continuous monitoring.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? It's so stupid that I understand there's conduction delays that they look at. There's certain things that they look at. I don't want to get into the biology of this, but there's certain things they look at. But for the most part, the 12 lead is looking to see whether or not the conduction through the heart is normal or abnormal and what the delays might be. You can do that same, okay, so here's all let's say your electrodes are all like around here, around your heart. And let's say now you're going to do the 12 lead, and it's going to go out to your legs, go out there. Well, guess what? The electrical path is exactly the same. Why don't you just have one patch that can go right over your heart that can monitor that 12 lead because it's showing the same parameters, right?
Yeah.
So I built that, and I didn't get a patent for it, unfortunately, because I was working for another company. They didn't get the patent for it, but guess what? It became, I think Hewlett Packard or somebody finally came out with that about 4 years after I invented it, essentially. But what kind of and these people have PhDs. I don't have a PhD.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And I don't understand how they could overlook something so simple. And that's what happens. They look at these things and they say it's simple. Look, we can't go to Alpha Centauri because it's too far. We can't, and they just stop there. They don't say, are there any options? How can we connect with this great universe of ours? How can we link to this great universe of ours?
So stop saying you can't and start saying what can we do?
What can we do? What options do we have? Do we really? No, there's so much to this, but I put up a giant, what do you call it? A giant satellite dish.
Yeah.
And I'm listening for voices. Well, there's a couple problems with this. You got to look at the age of the universe, first of all. We've been around, a couple million years, and we've only been intelligent, quote, intelligent. We've only been sophisticated in engineering and technology over, a couple hundred years, right?
Yeah.
Now, you got a universe that's 13 billion years old. What are the odds that you're going to link up with a civilization that's advanced enough, that hasn't destroyed themselves, and is going to communicate by radio waves?
And that goes into I'm sorry to cut you off. That goes actually right into our next topic, is quantum communication and contact. That's what I was actually just going to bring up, was why traditional tech like radios won't work with ETs. Why can't you pick signals up like you can with a TV with radio signals in the air? Or why can't you communicate with ETs?
Right. No, and good minds think alike. You can always tell.
It was right on my screen too. I was about to bring it up, and you started talking about it.
That's where I'm headed. Exactly right. That's your problem when you're talking to a podcaster, right? But no. So yeah, there's a couple things that are involved: quantum mechanics, quantum physics. And that's just the beginning of it. I mean, there's way more that we don't even have knowledge of yet. I mean, things are, again, we are interconnected. We are part of God. We are a piece of God. We are connected. The Alpha, the Omega, the beginning and the end. We can be anywhere and do anything we want, because even as the Bible says, we were made in the image of God, right? I mean, I go back to the Bible all the time, because the scientists want to throw away the Bible and say, the Bible tells what reality is. The fact is that if we go picking amongst, I was flabbergasted. I've been doing astronomy since I was a kid. I've only got into it heavily recently, and I'm glad I got into it before the embargo, the tariffs and whatnot. But, because now you can't even buy a telescope. But that's a whole other story for another podcast.
Nice Celestron up in my room.
Yep, and the Celestron, guess where it's made? China. I know. And I'm going to digress just for a minute, because this things happen for a reason, and this is just so weird. So my wife had a candle that died, so I said, I'll just build you another candle. So I went out and bought some soy wax. I figured, these companies this was an American company that was selling the soy wax. I get the wax in the mail, and guess what? It says the soy wax is made in China. Now here's the dumb thing: we export all the soy to China, and now they're making the wax that we could make and shipping it back to me, to another manufacturer in Wisconsin somewhere to sell it to me. Anyway, that's a whole other story.
Yeah, no, that is actually kind of crazy how they get around stuff like that. Like they can, actually, and the funny thing is, not many people know that 10% of the farms in the United States are owned by foreign countries.
Yeah, well, that's for now. I think they're taking them back. I know they're taking the Chinese ones.
But I heard 5% of them were still Chinese owned, and I'm like, we have 70. Chinese companies that own farms in America,
right?
That ship to China. The Chinese company that owns it ships it back to their own country to make it to come back to us to pay more.
I have, again, it's the bottom dollar. I don't know how they even do it. I mean, if I were the Chinese, I hate to get into these topics when we're on different, but if I was the Chinese, what would I do? I would open the farm. I would open the farm in America. I'd hire Americans to work the farm. I'd hire the manufacturing plants in America, and I would take the profit from it. And I wouldn't have to ship this stuff overseas, neither the Democrats nor the Republicans, who are concerned about the energy crisis and everything, they're like, okay, it's okay to ship it back and forth and back. It's like they go to these conventions. They go to, they're all going to they're going to meet in Slovenia or whatever. Why don't you use Zoom? We have the technology. We don't have to go to these countries. I just don't get it. I'm not going to go there now. Topic for another podcast.
let's get into
So what I was saying, yeah,
since we were both on the same wavelength,
right.
mind to mind,
Right. So what I was saying was that no, I didn't realize I've been doing this for years and years and years, and I just didn't realize the vastness of the universe. And again, if you want to I hate to self promote on these things, but this book,
Oh no, you're fine.
The Fair No Escape. You want to get a copy of this book because in here it takes you through the universe, and it tells the story. That's everything we're talking about today on the podcast. It's in that book. It's in a it's an alternate reality. It's more of a dream state, but it tells the story in that dream state, and it's just really cool. It's everything we're talking about right now. Anyway, when you start to go out in a universe and you realize, you've got, I really should have, if we do another podcast, if you ever want me back, let me know. If we do another podcast, I'll bring some images. I'll use my studio on the computer. I'm just doing it direct to you right now, but I could use the studio camera to throw some images up. But the there's a thing called M3. That's
okay.
M as in Mike 3. It's a little star cluster. All right, and when you look at it in a telescope, it looks like you can see there's a lot of stars. Then you look at the number of stars, and this is just one star cluster that's in our galaxy, and it's got over 100 million stars. Then you look at our galaxy with hundreds of millions of stars, and it's one of hundreds of millions of galaxies that goes on as far as the most powerful telescopes we've got can see. Now, if we go looking, I want you to think of this. Remember, it's 13 billion years, and intelligent, or if you can call it intelligent, entities like us, only exist until we destroy ourselves. At best, I'm going to go so far as to say that between the time a planet forms and the planet, there you go. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? That's amazing, isn't it?
That's incredible. And how many did you say was in there?
100 million stars.
Oh my God.
In one cluster. Is that insane or what?
That's just
now.
Yeah.
Leave that image up just for a minute because I'm glad you had that because I would have posted that. I'm glad you found that. So, and you can see this, by the way. You can actually look up in the sky and see this cluster. It's a little fuzzy spot in the sky. If you have a pair of binoculars, you can see almost what you're seeing on the screen there. It's really cool. And people don't want to do this. There's no, and that's another story because people in America are totally, they don't get into anything technical. The biggest countries right now is China, India, Japan, and all my friends on Facebook are from these countries because they're the only ones that care about science. Nobody else in America even appreciates it. They think it's witchcraft when I show a picture like this from my telescope. Yeah, they really do. They just don't have a clue. And they're like, "Oh, there's a great picture. Take them yourself. You can do it. Learn something." But anyway, I want you to look at here, and I want to talk to to alien life, right? And I believe, like you believe, I believe there's life out there. I really do, because that's the way the universe works. That's how it was built. Now, look at all the stars that are in there. Where do you point your telescope to look for those signals? Where do you point your? And again, they're probably there. They could well be putting out signals, but of course they're thousands or millions of years old because it takes time to travel and through space, right? But where would you even point it? That's one cluster. Out of
you're looking for a needle in a haystack,
right? Now you can drop the image if you want. We've seen enough of that, but that's up to you. Now, so what you need to do is you need to see everything at once, because you got a very narrow bandwidth. Out of 13 billion years, I guess out of all those billions of stars out there, there could probably be maybe, if the statistics go, could be 100 million life forms out there.
Is there a way we can do that in a way that, like, okay, I know SETI, search for extraterrestrial life. They will focus on a certain, cluster, which is not a cluster, but a certain point a certain
Right.
star system, a certain system specific, and look at that.
Right.
Is there a way that we could LiDAR like scan a certain area of space for technological signals?
Not today.
Okay.
Because the problem is that when a planet is emitting radiation, even if it's intentional, if they've got the most powerful radar unit you can think of pointing right at the Earth, which is what are the odds that it's going to point at the Earth, right? And out of those civilizations. And by the way, I used 100 million because that's a scientific statistic that came out. I think it was a Cray 1 or Cray 2 computer. Somebody did a research that based on a number of years of existence and a number of galaxies and a number of planets that might be habitable, it was like there could be at this point in time, 100 million civilizations out there. I think that was the number they gave. But the point is, they're pointing in different directions. They're far away. The problem is that when you send out that signal with your radar, it's such narrow bandwidth and such low power that unless you can actually focus on that one little spot, and when you do that, now you got to focus on 100 million spots in just one cluster, right? Now, here's where it gets interesting. Quantum. In quantum, you can do something different with quantum physics. We haven't learned all of the. Now, our brains are quantum computers. Don't forget that. Our brains are quantum computers. My gut feeling is the way we're going to communicate with aliens, and why some people see aliens now and some people see their spaceships, is that their brains are geared to connect to them. I think we can connect without any equipment at all by tailoring and training our brain to be able to see there, or maybe using some sort of external stimulus to stimulate, because there's a lot of weird things that happen when you put electrical stimulus in my chair's going down.
You're drinking again.
Oh my God, I gotta keep I gotta turn this chair around a little so my foot doesn't touch the one that puts it up and down. But yeah, I get very excited about it. So I don't know if you've noticed.
Oh, that's great. I mean, I love it. We're talking about, why, like, you have a huge amount of equipment back there I see in the left.
Right.
Why won't traditional tech, work for ETs? Why can't we pick it up?
Traditional tech. I'm gonna call you on something. Traditional tech is what the current state of technology is. At this point, we are just this much above the mentality and the technology of the Neanderthal. We really have not even begun to find out things and learn things. But at the point when we get into quantum communications, which is getting closer and closer and closer, and then we start maybe connecting with, figuring out how to use that quantum communications and how to use those quantum tools, that's when we'll have the ability to do that. You're not going to get radio. You're not going to find radio waves because there's too many. But in quantum, when you go out with a quantum receiver, let's say, you're taking the whole universe in at once. And then you're going to narrow down what you want to look for in that universe. The quantum is not one, it's everything.
So that's why quantum computers will come into play as far as searching into that area.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Okay.
But your receiver. Do you ever see? I always like to show Star. I don't know if you watch Star Trek, especially the old series, the original series. It's the best.
Yep. Captain Kirk.
They're really great. But when they go, scan for whatever, that's essentially quantum communications. It's what they're doing is they're going out and the writers were based everything they did on science. They were very, very the newer versions of the Star Trek series. What kind of digressed a little bit. But the original Star Trek series, they had scientists and physicists and philosophers. They had everybody to go get in on this to make sure that what they said was right. When they say, send out a signal, try to communicate what's up there. They're going out and they're looking at everything at once. But what they're doing is they're taking that whole picture and narrowing down the sensitivity or they're looking for certain things. Just like when you go out, if you were in the dark and somebody pointed a flashlight at you, you're going to see the flashlight, even though your eyes are looking at the entire mountain. You're going to see that flashlight in the mountain, right? Even if it's 10 miles away. That's the same thing with this quantum idea where you can see everything at once. I call it the God wave or whatever, but it's basically you're connected to everything at once. And by saying, I want this. So here's the whole picture. All is white static. And then you're saying, I want life. And then boom, all of a sudden these little things will pop up and then, oh yeah, look, there's life there. And then you can go in and narrow that down and maybe even talk to those people and communicate with them, because quantum, they're saying you need to have the way it works now, because again, we're Neanderthals still in the technology world. But what they're saying now is that you need a particle or something at the other end of wherever at the receiving end that you're gonna connect with that particle. So let's say
that's the spooky effect,
right? So let's say we took a spaceship. It took 10 million years. Eventually, somebody on Alpha Centauri gets our spaceship. Oh, look, there's a quantum particle in there. Now we can communicate with that quantum particle instantly. That's the way it works now. The question is there any way to merge, to connect or link up with a particle that you don't know somewhere, and link up with that particle, with that being, with that entity at the other end, without having initially sent that same thing there to begin with? Because you can't be doing that. You can't put a thing here. Like in China, they've got a quantum telecommunication system. They put one receiver on one side of the country, one on the other side, but the particles are linked. They're the same particle. They're going to meet in the middle. To all you have to do is send a signal to it to kind of activate it. It knows what it is. But you can't do that when the thing is 100 million light years away. It doesn't work.
Well, you could theoretically, though, you could send a particle. Let's say CERN does not have the spinning thing underneath, and it has a way to move this particle and shoot it into space. Can we put a message into this particle and shoot it at Alpha Centauri, and they receive it right away? Because the particle is going to weigh nothing, and once it hits 0 G, once it hits no gravity, it should just be gone.
I'm not sure how I'm going to respond to that, because there's so many variables.
Oh, okay.
If it's a particle, again, a particle is matter. Matter is energy. Energy is limited by 186,000 miles per hour, or 3 times 10 to the 8 meters per second. That's your problem.
Okay.
But what you could do is, I don't want to say send it through like a rip in time or a rip or wormhole. Like CERN it claims to have created black holes, the miniature black holes.
They say not stable.
Right, not stable. But what the concept is, the reason they're doing that is to communicate essentially with extraterrestrials. They're trying to communicate without having to be there, because what they can then do is they can send that particle through that wormhole, through that black hole, to anywhere in space.
There was a project. I'm not sure the date. In the 90s, there was a CERN project in Africa that got shut down. That was hush hush. All this other stuff happened with it. But basically, they connected. They made a stable, not a stable, but a somewhat stable connection. And they said they were able to receive messages back and forth for like 5 years with somebody else on the other side.
Yeah, and that is cool. I've heard that story, and
I don't know if it's true, but
it's kind of like the story of the Mary Celeste. What really happened to the Mary Celeste? The people all disappeared off the ship. For those of the viewers that aren't familiar with that, as one of the most popular stories. It's come down to the latest findings with that, is that there was piracy involved, and the value of the ship for salvage. I mean, who knows? But if that were true, here's. I'm going to go, and this is very important for just in general for the topic we're talking about. If there's something that's so important that everybody needs to know it, but if there's something like we've made contact with aliens on another planet, if it's something like, anything that's big, huge, we found a cure for cancer, even you can't cover that up. If one person knows and one person leaks that, you can't cover it up. You can make people look like idiots, but you can't cover it up. Now, I would think that something that huge would be more in the inner circles, if nothing else. And I'm in a lot of the inner circles. You'd be hearing about that. I mean, maybe I'm mistaken, but
Yeah.
I just think it's like they say we never landed on the moon. And I've got a lot of theories for that, or the earth is flat, but you never landed on the moon. I mean, you could see that the ship was there. That doesn't mean we landed people on the moon. That means we landed a spaceship on the moon. Didn't mean we landed people on the moon. No, they've not proven that yet. However, with all the people that are involved in that program, one of them would come out and say, "This was fake, guys. We filmed it in Nevada." Right? I just can't see how it can be covered up that much. Seriously.
Exactly.
So I don't know if this is another Mary Celeste or if this is a true story. But I mean, it would be neat if it was. But I know they did open a black hole, and that's proven. That's in the records that they opened with.
They think that they're gonna be able to, like, oh, it's not stable, it's okay, it'll just dissipate in a couple minutes, and then they're gonna upgrade to the next level and do another test. Here we go.
Sucks the whole earth right in. Another Tunguska, then boom, the whole world's gone.
Well, like we were sitting here and we had a moment, we were sitting here and we were, I was just about to talk about a topic and you were talking about the topic. That's kind of like a mind-to-mind communication there that we just did.
My explanation for that is that when you do a podcast, you follow it. Well, I'm a writer too, and I'm sure, I don't know if you've done any writing, but you follow the story from one end to the other. That's just the path the story was taken because we think much alike. But you're right, because of that, we're on that same wavelength. We're connected. And there's been so many times that I've had, like my sister, God rest her soul, she passed recently, but almost every time when she's about to call, I would pick up the phone. It's like, I should call my sister. I would pick up the phone, there'd be a busy signal. I'd hang up. I'd pick it up again, there'd be a busy signal. Finally, I'd say, I'm not touching the phone. It would ring. It was my sister. She said, I've been trying to get a hold of you. I said, yeah, me too. And it's consistent. So I'm sure that there's some kind of telepathic communications. These things, like I said, we're Neanderthals. If we learn more about these things. I mean, I have had so many. It would be topic for another podcast, maybe, but I've had a lot of what I call following the ether. There's a path set for all of us. Most of us don't follow the path, and we get in trouble. We end up being homeless. We end up with, whatever. I follow the path, and everything I need comes to me. I've looked at my past. I had a car that was damaged. I was in this auxiliary police with our township, with our borough rather. And the guy that was running the auxiliary police was a mechanic that knows how to fix, that kind of damage. Went and fixed the damage. Next thing you know, boy, he's got some kind of problem. He's put in jail. And if it wasn't that exact time and that exact place, then it would never have happened. And there's so many of these things. And I had a case in point. I fell off a ladder when I first moved up here about 20 some years ago, and I was incapacitated and couldn't work, and my disability ran out. Yeah, and they posted a notice on the door. Hey, you're going to be foreclosed. And it's like, okay. So everybody said, my friends saying, well, aren't you worried about that? I go, I follow the path. If I'm foreclosed, I'm foreclosed. But I just follow the path, right? And right before they were going to foreclose on this place, I ended up getting a new job that I could work with my disabilities at the time, and I won this big lottery from this got a lot of money from this big lottery. Plus, I hit the stock market real good. And then they still said they're going to foreclose because I put in for a request to stay it. And they said you didn't have you get 3 strikes, you're out. I think they called it, right? So I got more money. I can pay for it. And I can't keep my house. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go to my local state representative. And here it turns out that the state representative, we got along real well. We were in the same fraternal organizations. He says, look, he goes, don't worry about your house. Why? And I get it. He said, don't worry about it. I said, well, thanks. And I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not worrying about it. It says, but I'm worried about it, but I'm not worried about it. 2 weeks later, I get a phone call. Hey, come down and sign some papers. You're good to go. And he fixed it for me. Turns out that he's the same person that I connected with, that I wasn't even involved in politics at the time. I connected with this guy, and it turns out he's the one who was running the arts and crafts building at the county fair, the Bloomsburg Fair. That year for the area.
Yeah.
And I said, and I was at the time in the art league, so I'm also an artist. So I was in the art league, and I said, I think we should have writers in here, because I had written my first book, and it was selling like crazy. And the art league didn't want any more books sold there. I sold more books than they sold paintings. So I approached the same guy that saved my house. I said, look, I think we should have an author's booth. And I'd be glad to run this. I'd like to see how it would go. Well, he was hemming and hawing, and finally said, yeah, we'll give it a go.
Yeah.
And it's been the most successful thing that I've ever done. And we've had that there since 2016. And I sold a ton of books, met a lot of great people. Never would have happened if I hadn't been foreclosed on to be the state representative. Now, what kind, this, and I'm not going to go into any more. I've got a whole book full of these things. It's crazy.
Fate. It's like fate of reaction. Like you were manifesting the solution to your problem, and didn't even know it.
Right. And now the guy is he was retired from state rep. He was there just at the right place and the right time. Think of the moon.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. I could tell you 1,000 stories like that. I really could. It's crazy. But think about that. And I think about the moon. Here's another interesting one. Think about the moon. Okay. What are the odds that in how old is our Earth? What's 3 billion? No,
billion.
Yeah, 3 billion, something like that. Right? Years old. What are the and the moon is getting farther, closer. My brain's
2 inches farther away.
Farther every year, right? So think about that. What are the odds that after 3 billion years that we would be here to observe? Remember, we're talking observe. We're going to go back. These always revert back to what they're all connected. We're the observers. We're here to observe. We were put here to observe. What are the odds that moon would be in the exact spot to periodically get completely covered up and give us an eclipse? What are the odds? What are the odds
trillion,
that we would just be here to observe that, and it will never do it again in the history of the planet, right? I mean, it's insane. It's crazy. There's so many what ifs. I have a thing. You'll get a kick out of this because this relates to spooky actions I'm going to call it spooky actions. Einstein had it right. Spooky actions at a distance, right? So we have this thing that my wife and myself, I think we might have the same power, if you want to call it that, because we have these beliefs. We believe something, it happens. And it's always done that. The car breaks down. Somebody pulls up. Hey, by the way, I got to jump for you. It's just those things that just happen that you don't expect. Well, we have this thing we call the Shecktor curse. It started with my aunt, and she told me about it. And I didn't put 2 and 2 together before my aunt told me that she had it too, because it runs in the family. I said, what do you mean? She says, so here she tells me the story of how she was working for 10 years as a secretary at a lumber yard. And she did all the work for, the payroll and everything else. And she said one day the boss came in. She didn't like the boss to begin with, but she tolerated them. And one day he came in and did something sexist or racist because she's Jewish. I mean, I don't know what it was, but whatever it was really, really bad. She got in her car. She got so mad. She drove off. He fired her. She drove off. She says, she points her finger at this building and she says, I hope you burn to the ground. That night, midnight, that place burned to the ground. Burned to the ground.
Oh God!
And they'd been there for 20 years. Right?
Wow.
But I have a book. I've been documenting these things in a book, and there are so many that I have done personally. It was just
so. Is that like? And there you go again. See, I'm about to do it again. We just did it again there. So intuition and your intuition and your dream state, altered states, and potential contact. Like
right.
You can make something happen, but it's not physical. It's metaphysical.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Exactly right. God, stupid chair. All right, I'm turning this around more. I've done many podcasts. I've never had this chair drop. I'm gonna have to replace.
Oh,
this
that's funny. That's funny. Hey, well, the viewers will get a kick out of you. You're shrinking a little.
This is definitely a first. But okay, so here's a couple examples. So I had a neighbor. we had bad neighbors when we moved up here to Berwick. We had bad neighbors all on both
Oh,
sides.
I understand that totally.
And one of them bark, bark, bark. The dogs 24/7 barking out there. No matter what we did, we couldn't stop them. We hated them. They were anyway. So one day they ended up sending my youngest daughter, who was living with us. She got mad at the dogs and they threatened the dog. I don't know what it was. Anyway, she ended up in jail. They sent her to jail. And then the neighbor was one that everybody in Berwick in the area knows. So like she could do no wrong. They didn't read her rights. They didn't. I mean, so much went wrong with that. I got so furious, right? I got so mad. And I just, God, I wish I could. And when I do that, I have no control. And I warned people. I said, don't piss me off. Because when I get that way, you are part of the phrase screwed, blued, and tattooed. Because I can't stop it. It's not something I have control over. Do you know, a month later, I'm going in there, they're packing up, and I wonder what the hell's going on. They were foreclosed on and shut down. They would have no appeals and nothing. They were hauling them off. They were gone, right?
Whoa.
And then a little while later, we had this issue with a tree. I'm notorious for two things in this town. One of them is trees, and one of them is walking around in my boxer shorts. I've been in the newspaper several times, and the police say, "Hey, it's perfectly legal." I'm one of those who says, abide by the laws. The laws are very specific, but I piss a lot of people off because of it. So I've got this tree out front. Now, you know the area, so this is cool. And your viewers don't listen. I'll give them a quick explanation. So I got this tree out front. And one day I get this call, and it was an old one of those, what that ash borers got to it, an emerald ash and borers got to this tree and kind of killed it and sucked the sidewalk up. I didn't realize how bad that sidewalk was. But a neighbor down the block says she filed a complaint with the borough and said that she tripped. No, wait, yeah, she filed a complaint with the borough. I didn't even know that, but I found it out later. So she's knocking to the door when she goes, "I need your insurance company information." Why? She goes, "I tripped on your sidewalk. I got to report it." Okay, I'm looking at the sidewalk. Holy crap, that is pretty bad. I didn't realize how bad it was. And that started a 4-year battle with the borough, and long story. But anyway, so she filed a complaint, and I promptly went to the borough and said, "Look, this lady reported this tree 4 weeks earlier. To the insurance company. They were going to pay this woman." I said, "You can't pay her. She knew about it. She already knew about it. She reported it. It's not like she stumbled upon the sidewalk. She's the one that reported it, right?" Yeah. So they got all bent out. Anyway, to make a long story short, without all the cool things about it, you can look them up online if you like. They've got a website on it. But the insurance company was going to cancel my insurance, and yet the claim was they never paid the claim. They said they determined it was not. And then it came back and they wanted me to get rid of the tree. I said, I can't get rid of the tree because I now had a legal action against it. So now it was evidence. so the codes officer came by. We had a fight with the codes officer. I said, "Look, that's evidence. God. I can't get rid of the evidence until the court cases are over." Right. Well, what happened is I got so mad about this whole thing, and it made me lose my reelection for borough councilman. That would really piss me off. Because it got in the papers, and even though I was fighting for this, they're like, "You're fighting for yourself. You're going against your own borough." I'm like, you could happen to you too. I'm trying to fix this because I won't go over the legalities. But basically, the borough was responsible for that, and they finally sort of admitted it. Good. Well, as soon as the case was resolved and I was acquitted of all this, any wrongdoing with this tree, that neighbor's house that reported me burned solid to the ground. Boom, right to the ground. And that was within a month after the acquittal from that case. Boom, to the ground. Then I had a neighbor on the other side. This is my last story, because I think three is enough. Usually you can find 3, you're doing good. The neighbor next to me was complaining one day. He says, "I'm out doing some yard work, and in my yard, in my boxer shorts." He's like, "Why are kids in here? I don't need to see you out there in your boxer shorts and your buddies." Oh, he went after me. So I said, "Fine." I went back in. I got a pair of shorts that were no longer and no shorter than my boxer shorts. They covered the same amount of area. I go, "Is this better?" He goes, "Yes." Bang! They arrested him, put him in jail for dealing in methamphetamines. He's still in jail. And I got a good neighbor on both sides now. So
wow,
there's something.
Well, I understand that, because I'm over here. I'm over here on what is it? right by the YMCA
Okay.
on Grant Street.
Right.
And it's a one-way. It goes down, down the hill here, and it goes around the corner here. And we have that one way that goes down to the corner here where we have the what's it called? The farm store with all the stuff right there, and the ice and all that right there at the corner. I'm over here, so I know we had a person right next to us that had in Berwick that had 15 cats and 13 dogs, didn't know how to take care of them, always out, and now they're gone, and we get stuck with the mess that was left in our
of course.
But
to get rid of. But these things don't happen just it's real.
Intention. It's like your intentions have a lot to do with stuff happening.
And that all relates back to being able to talk to people on the other side of the galaxy. I mean, it's the same thing.
Okay.
There's no reason why we can't do that. If I can shut all that, and it's not coincidence. I mean, it literally is not coincidence. There's something I got. Maybe it's my previous entity that came over when I was 2. I don't know, but we can really do that. We can do these things. They talk about. There are so many people that I've seen. Now there's some you gotta sort out, and I've been spending years trying to sort out the garbage from the real stuff. It's like people like to make up stories. They like to exaggerate or make up stories.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look back in the history, there's too many things that are like they're the practitioners of various arts, including the indigenous Americans, who are able to cure just with their hands and their prayers and their and things that they say. And it's like I've seen so many things that are just done that way that are not explainable. My mom, another example, my mom many years ago, she had what they call some kind of a cyst she had. I can't remember what it was. They said it was malignant and she had like a year to live. So I was young. I didn't think much about it, but they said we're going up to Quebec. I was like, why are you going to Quebec? We're going to go to the shrine of Brother Andre, and I named after Brother Andre, which is kind of cool too. He's going to do a novena at the shrine.
Yeah.
I thought that's kind of weird, but okay. I look at to see Quebec, it'll be kind of fun. So we go up there and we spend a week up there, and she did her novena the week in 10 days, whatever it was. And she came out, and while I was there, I got to see a lot of people. Now they're saying that a lot of this is like they call it psychosomatic or whatever. Like people like walk in on crutches and walk out without them, and some of them are fake, some of them are just their mind. A lot of it has to do with the mind. I can't walk. Oh yeah, I did my novena, now I can walk. This was different because my mom just said, she said, if anybody can help me, it's Brother Andre.
Okay.
And she went in, did her thing, came home, and she had an appointment for the doctor the next month. So she goes to the doctor the next month. And he did all kinds of tests, and the doctor's look was incredible. It was amazing. He says, I got another story. Yeah, one more I got to tell you after this. And I think you'll like this one. So she comes back, and the doctor says, not only is the cancer gone, but there's no indication that it ever existed.
What?
Is that incredible?
Wow. So that's
incredible?
intention.
Yep. And that brings me to one last one. I don't want to get on that subject, but it's still part of this mind control, or whatever you want to call it.
So it's like we can manipulate things through our consciousness. That's
right.
Now, can we do that the same way with time, though? Because we are, I don't know about time. You should be able to. But let me just throw this other one is interesting because you'll this one amazed everyone, including my doctors, my sisters, everybody. So I'm out one day working on the trees. The same neighbor, this crazy neighbor that I got foreclosed. So he had these ugly trees along the line, the tree, the what do you call it, the fence line. And I asked the new owner bought it out of foreclosure, and I asked him, I said, can I get rid of these trees? And I goes, oh yeah. He goes, if you want, we're probably going to take them down, but if you want to get rid of them, just cut them down and just throw them in the yard. We'll haul them off. So that was pretty cool, right? Yeah.
So I start sawing trees down. They're little trees. They're skinny. One, two, three. Well, one of them had 3 trees stuck together, and it was really nasty to try to get it down. Well, when it came down, I had the face shield and everything I'm supposed to have, all my gear, but this branch came down and slammed me and hit me and slammed me into my left eye, and my left eye went blind. 100% blind.
Wow.
Now, what would you do if that happened? Would you rush to, this was a weekend too, would you rush to ophthalmology? Would you rush to, most people would rush out to the hospital, right?
I'd probably, yeah, that's what I would do. I'd probably rush to the hospital.
Not only did I pack up my equipment, but I was supposed to go to my sister's the next day. And I was still blind. And my son says, "Look, let me take you. I'll pick you up if you really want to go. So I'll take you to the hospital. And I'm going to go to my sister's." Thank God I did. I mean, she died from cancer. I'm glad I made that visit. But anyway, so I just said, whatever will be. I can live with one eye if I have to, but I'd like to have two eyes, and God willing, it'll fix itself. It'll heal itself. So by the time I got to my sister's, that was the next day. I was starting to see fuzziness. I could start seeing. I said, you know what? Maybe it will actually heal. So I was thinking that as it got better and better, and finally over the next several weeks, my vision was pretty much back. I said, well, it must have just been inflamed or whatever, right?
Yeah.
That's what you would think, right? I said, thank you, Lord, for taking care of my eye, whatever. Well, 6 months later, I go to my eye doctor, and he wanted to do a retinal scan because of something else, not unrelated. So he did this eye scan on both of my eyes. He says, he looks at the one at the left eye. He goes, "Wow." He goes, when did you have your retina, the surgery on your retina?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, it looks like you had a fully detached retina, and it was repaired by an expert surgeon. Who did the work?" I looked up at him. I said, "Jesus did the work." I swear to God, he said he actually, it was so precise, and so he said he could see that it had been detached and reattached with precision of a surgeon. Is that insane?
Wow. Yeah, no, that's pretty insane.
If we believe, I believed in a lot of things I do. I that's how I work, and I think everybody should do that. In the lodge, we had a picture of George Washington up on the wall. And it was all faded and ugly, and I've never done a big portrait. I don't like portraits. I like other, still life painting.
Okay.
What I did is I approached him. I said, "Look, I'm gonna. Do you mind if I make an oil painting the size?" And it's a huge 4x6 foot. I've never even done something like that of George Washington. And if you like it, you can have it. If not, just so be it. And I said, "Well, when are you gonna have it?" I said, "Well, how about for when because in the spring, in the late spring, they do the scholarships they give out to the high school students that are going on. So why don't we do it the night of the scholarship thing?" So, "Oh, that'd be great." So I come out, and I had no idea if I could even get this done. I had very little, 6 months to complete this thing, and it has to dry before you can present it. And I literally probably could not have done that, but because I made that commitment for that date, that painting was done and is now hanging on that lodge wall.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, if you can do it, I have my history is that's a whole other story. But everything I've done, I've made myself. I've done it. I've committed to whatever I wanted to do and whatever had to be done, whatever career in life I wanted. Anything that has happened, and I've never, even when I was out of money, I never failed. I never, took public subsidies never, because I could always work my way around that, and because I put my mind to it. But I think that a lot of it has to do with the mind, and again, because we are not real. We have that control because we are all one. We are all connected. We are all one image, including all the stars and the planets and everything.
So if we're all connected, does that mean that humans would be capable of interdimensional travel without machines? Like that's the whole thing of
it out. Yeah, okay. That's how we started out when we started this podcast. That's one of the first things I said is that I believe that we will be able to communicate just either with our brain by itself or with something that helps to assist that brain function.
Okay, almost like Jake Barber is saying with the psionic assisted technology that is supposed to assist a person with their abilities.
That's right.
Okay.
And it's quite possible that people have visited. People that see aliens. They're saying, "Oh, that was in their mind." Well, what is not in your mind? Think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, what we call reality is in our minds, and we can do something. I've seen this very often where we do something and someone else sees us doing something different, or their recollection is completely different of what we know that we actually did. You know, our reality is our own. It's, you know, it's our, because our consciousness is connected to our brains and our systems, but we are all interconnected. And I think that a lot of people that have seen aliens and say they've seen spaceships, you know, when I started out, again, I started out with the right science. I started out trying to disprove that, just like Harry Houdini tried to disprove the psychics, and he disproved most of them. But I don't think you can disprove a lot of these sightings that especially when there's multiple people seeing it. I think that they're all interconnected. And again, that's because we're all one. And if one person can initiate that, like I initiated the events in the neighborhood, if I can initiate this communication, that we can then see these people, and maybe, and it's possible that these that other people that come with other entities, you don't necessarily have to physically transport your body. You could transport their image, you could transport your consciousness. There's so many ways of communicating with patients that we don't think about. But I do believe we've been in communications. I believe that a lot of these sightings are real. I've seen a lot of unusual things. We actually saw what I believe to be a spaceship. This is before drones existed, and you know, going through the skies. And my wife at the time saw it as well. So there's a lot of weird things going on, and there's things we'll never understand. But I think the big thing is believe in them, research them, and then try to disprove them. If you can disprove them, if you can't disprove them, then you need to research them further. That's the way science works.
No, that's very true. And it brings up a good point when people, like, I had my own experience when I was really, my intuition might have kicked in or something, but we had a court case the next day on my father's house, and he was trying to move people out of the house, and he was real worried about it. You know, he was in another state and he had me representing him in the court. And it was just, you know, that night I saw my grandfather, who has passed away. He looked straight at me, you know, looked at me, you know, stern face, and said, "Do not worry tomorrow about that house. It's all fine." And I didn't take it to heart right away until the next day. And, you know, we're here at Judge Brewer's in Millville, and the judge sits there afterwards and says, "Can I talk to you, Jason?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." He pulls me aside, you know, and we're talking. He goes, "That was the quickest that I've ever evicted somebody from a house." And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Usually it takes about 6 months to get somebody out of a house because they'll want to repeal and repeat all this other stuff." And I'm like, "Okay." He goes, "You literally just got them to agree to be out of that house in 2 weeks." I'm like, "I did, didn't I?" And he said, "Yes." And he was amazed. And I said, "Well, that was my intention, to get them out early."
That's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's so many things, and I have so many experiences, but I had one of them where there's two of them actually. They're kind of interesting. One of them was when my grandfather died. It was in the morning, and I heard the only thing I can describe. This was about 4:00 in the morning, and I heard what you can only describe as the sound of a siren. Like they talk about not a siren, but a siren like coming from hell.
Okay.
And it was the most evil, weird. And it put chills up my spine. And I was about 16, I guess, at the time. And I looked up and I said, I just knew what happened. So the morning came, the light come up, and we didn't have cell phones and all that stuff at those times. And when my mom came down, I said, you better call over at grandma's, because I think grandpa died.
Oh.
And she made a phone call and she said he died at 4 a.m. right when I heard that siren sound. Isn't that crazy? I mean, that's
wow.
Yeah, and I've had several experiences like that. But the other weird one that I had was when you talk about apparitions. This is how the mind works. Now, I haven't figured this one totally out yet,
Okay.
but I was probably about, again, 16 or 17 maybe, And I came out of my bedroom, and my sister's room was a 3-bedroom house. My sister's room was like off to the side as I was going to go down the stairs. And I looked in, and she was laying in her bed, and she was reading a book. And I was like, I got to ask her something, because there's something I needed to talk to her about. And I'm calling her name, and she's looking up at me. She's not answering. I'm like, what's going on? She was there. I guarantee you 100% she was in that bed. Guarantee you. I could have touched her. And finally I yelled her name, and from downstairs she says, "What's up? What's going on?" And I look back in the room, and she's gone. Is it? But she was there. This is how the mind works. She was there. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't an apparition. She was laying in that bed. I saw her. I could go up and touch her if I wanted to. And she was downstairs.
That's almost getting into which that probably could bring us, like, we usually go about 2 hours for podcast, about 20 more minutes, sir. But yeah, like that would bring us into a whole nother podcast of
right.
Like
doppelgangers.
I could talk about like the Montauk Project and how they were trying to strengthen kids' minds to intercept communications or make their perceptions physical in this realm.
Right.
And that got me when the one kid at the end of the documentary said, well, and it makes sense. They want to break out of there. They're not there. How do you break out? If somebody has you in a chair and says, you're going to do this, you're going to make this appear. Okay, right. Watch what I can make appear. And then boom, this big scary thing comes out and destroys the lab.
Right.
The same thing.
Right. No,
but it's intuition. That's the same thing we're talking about. Like they mentally said, this is here, and it is. Right. It right. physically is.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, I've created. I don't want to go to this different podcast.
But yeah.
I actually created an entity like that left footprints in the concrete floor and scared my cat at the window and climbed a wall. That's like bad.
Like psionic. Not even a calling. That's like psionic. We're going to call it psionic structuring.
Right. Because
it's not a waveform anymore. Now it's a physical thing. Wow.
So I don't know if this could be kind of related to what we were talking about. And it's one of the things we talked about before we got on the podcast today. But I think it's important that people realize, like you say, and again, you don't need to necessarily, I don't want to preach God.
Yeah.
I'm not here to preach, but I'm here to show logistics. I'm a scientist and an engineer. Yeah. And I've learned to believe these things because when you understand yourself, your odds, I've always believed in creation only because, there was a scientist, and I'm going to get into this in a minute real quick, but there's a scientist that actually did a study, and it's been kind of suppressed, but it's out there. He was doing calculations to figure out he used a computer to do a randomization of all the stuff that from existence. If you had it all in one place and you were trying to create one cell, a single cell. So what he did is he tried to randomly create a single cell by just pushing stuff together and seeing what sticks, so to speak, like what happened in a creation. They're talking about, evolution and whatnot. And he said, he came up with the conclusion. He said that the human being could not be created because his calculation shows that it would take over 13 times the life of the universe to randomly create a single cell, one cell. And how many cells are in the body? Now, you want to think about this. This makes this probably a good whole separate podcast. I'll make it short, though, so we can have time for it. But so when you look at the human being, why would things just start creating? Why would they just randomly go from dirt to people? And you think about who we are. You think that one cell, 13 times the life of the universe. Maybe that scientist was just stupid. Maybe he doesn't know what's really going on. Maybe his simulation wasn't any good. But just think about it. You got, for instance, and the eye. Now, there was a fellow named Ken Ham. If you've never heard of Ken Ham, you want to look him up. Ken Ham did a whole series on creation, and he showed the impossibility of evolution, because you've got your individual. First of all, why would rock need to see? Tell me this seriously. Why does rock need to see? Why does rock need an eyeball? Right? Why does rock need to move around with hands and legs when it can move around on its own with water and wind and whatever? It makes no sense. To number one. Number two, why would things coagulate and form together? Why would a piece of flesh suddenly develop an eyeball? And the eyeball, you got to understand the components of the eye and how there's an optical system. You've got a lens that focuses. You've got an iris, just like a camera. You got an iris that makes less or more light. You got color and monochrome sensors, and that when that's done, all it is a camera that has to connect somehow to the neurons in the brain. Why would any of that happen at random? Literally.
Yeah.
Why would it happen? And what purpose did it have? Right.
And we actually have, the chromosome too, that, scientists found out, like here on the site, that it was fused together, that it wasn't our chromosomes were manipulated,
right,
fused, and the chromosome 2 was manipulated to a point where we now have empathetic thought and reason.
Right. Why? There's absolutely no purpose for that, and there's no way that anyone can figure out, the scientists included, why that would randomly occur. Literally, I mean, and how the programming goes, because the DNA and the RNA are programmable molecules that create from the right stem cells. You can create from a stem cell. You can create any organ in the body. You can create any piece of the human being from a single stem cell, and it's all programmed in there. Now, who programmed that in there? Scientists are going against their own theories by saying that things get better. The theory is the theory of entropy. The theory is that things only get worse. Things don't get better. They only get worse. They degrade. They don't form back into programmed cellular activity. They degrade. Yes. How can a scientist say something like that and know it goes grossly against their own belief and their own teachings? I don't get it.
It does, because you're not. Wow, that does, because I'm thinking about it now. How they're saying it is okay. If you're degrading something, you're deleting something, you're erasing it. But
you're going ashes to ashes and dust to dust.
Yes, but if you go to we go back to law of thermodynamics and energy can't be destroyed, then you're not degrading it. You're just changing the structure.
But changing the structure means to improve, to change, the only way it changes, if you look at the first law of thermodynamics, the only way it can change is to degrade. It can only get worse, not better. That's where we're against it. The other thing that I'm going to throw two things at once, and maybe I'll get your take on it too, because you always say in your podcast here.
Yeah.
But I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. But think about this: we cannot exist today. So if you look at, I forget the percentage. I want to say they said that it's either 70 or 80%, maybe even more, of all the cells in our body are foreign cells. All the cells in our body are not ours. They are interlopers. And without those cells and without parasites, we could not live. When you take, there's people who take ivermectin and cure everything. The problem is when they get rid of all the parasites in the body, things actually get worse if you take it too long. But certain things cannot even be killed by ivermectin and other parasitics because they're part of us. We are about 80% not us. Literally, and at that 80% of all of us, only 90% is water, and the rest is not us. I mean, think about that. We can't now. Why would a little bug come in and say, "Gee, I think I'm going to suddenly become part of this thing that's trying to become a person"? And the fact that we can't live without foreign entities it's mind-boggling. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but maybe
it really is, because it's symbiosis,
right?
You can't have one without the other.
Right.
So it's like
right.
The energies are combining. So it's like it's okay, my vibrational frequency is this. And then another animal is perceiving that and saying, hey, we're on the same wavelength. Then they go over, they connect, they restructure with that energy to incorporate themselves with it.
Right.
Because they know that their energies are aligned, and it won't be it'll be a mutual. It won't be a total parasitic. It'll be a mutual beneficial
Right.
merging with them. Like we have parasites on the skin that get rid of diseases off our skin. You can't get rid of them, because then we'll have disease on the skin.
Right.
You get the little squirmy worms that people see in their eyes sometimes. The little I forget what they're called, but they're like microorganisms on your eyeball that break down bacteria that naturally comes onto your eyes so that you can see. It's like an eye cleaner. It's like windshield washer fluid.
Right. Well, it's like, and speaking of that, we have to generate tears, because if we didn't have tears, our eyes would dry out, and we'd lose our eye. I mean, you can't have this. It can't happen.
Our eyes generate the water so that the organism can live comfortably on our eye.
Right. I mean, there's so much involved in. Oh yeah, we just evolved out of rock. I mean, I just can't see that. I'm sorry.
No.
When you think about talk about parasites and symbiosis, you think about the dandelion is one of my best examples. The dandelion, the scent of the dandelions are naturally not conducive. They taste bitter. Bugs don't like them, etc. But the dandelions generate an ephemerone that attracts ants. The ants come and destroy the little flowers in the dandelion. They break them up. By breaking them up, the fumes of the nectar come out, which attracts the bees. The bees then land on the dandelion to pick up the pollen. So the bees the bees drop the pollen in the next dandelion, and the next one, and the next one, and then take back the remaining food to their hive where they generate honey. And now all these processes had to happen at the same time. I mean, I can't think of any other way that would happen. It's so crazy. Why would suddenly these things happen? And
it's like they said also, like the I believe it came out in Popular Mechanics or whatever, the science magazine, that it was a couple years ago, maybe 10 years ago, they figured out that the first quantum computer actually on the planet is a leaf. And I was like, a leaf? And I'm looking into it, and I'm like, because they said that the leaf makes the photosynthesis, and it literally takes all directions at once inside of itself to make the least resistible connection to produce what it needs to produce, which is it's a quantum computer.
You're right. And plants are really smart. I mean, you look at plants that fold their leaves up at night. You look at plants that, some of the plants that like carnivorous plants that like eat things that are alive.
You touch a plant. Like I have these plants that my son bought, and they're good in the sun. And then once you touch them, they like start coming out like, oh, like thank you for giving me some feeling.
Right. I mean, it's, and then there's the trees that talk to each other. They've proven
interconnected network.
Right. They actually talk to each other. A lot of it they're saying in that case, excuse me, has to do with fungus.
That's another type. They're right there. The fungus is the connecting ability for the quantum entanglement for the trees.
Right. There are whole forests that are connected by fungi, and all you see on the outside is little things that look like mushrooms on the tree. But that's just the flower of the fungi, and the rest of it is an interconnected network that could be tens or hundreds of miles in some cases that connect. And the trees use that communications. If something comes, there's a fire or whatever, they start talking to each other to try to save themselves or do what is necessary to protect their environment.
It's just like any living being would. That's why I believe everything is sentient to its own degree.
Right.
We're sentient because it's the same thing would happen to us. A fire's coming, we find out what we need to do to get it gone or escape. Same thing with it. It's like, okay, what do I do? Now it's going to start shutting down maybe the outside tree limbs first and just have the root, or maybe it'll shut down all the way to the roots, you know, and grow back up. We don't really know.
You know, and again, that wraps us back to the beginning of the podcast where we're talking. This is all one entity, one unreal entity that exists strictly in our minds, but is all interconnected. I mean, we're all one sentience, one consciousness.
Let's get into one more thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that there are hidden frequencies or dimensions science hasn't yet developed the tools to detect?
That's you can answer that very easily. They're absolutely. I go back to my original comment. We are Neanderthals as far as technology goes. We have not even begun to learn about our environment, and we may never learn about some of it. It may be beyond our comprehension forever. But there's so much that we can still reach out for everywhere, and I think a lot of that's going to be learned now with these new high-powered telescopes and radio telescopes that are reaching out to far reaches of the universe and learning more and more about things that shouldn't be but are. And then they're coming up with more theories, and a lot of the physicists and a lot of the experiments we're slow. And again, we are so far behind. It's going to be a long time if we can exist that long before we.
Well, I mean, if it's like
knowledge,
and if we actually do live in this holographic projection, then what if it is a holographic projection, it has to glitch.
Yeah, the glitches in the matrix, like they say. I swear, I've experienced
not and I'm thinking like it doesn't even need to be subtle glitches. It could be a glitch that we look at and we're like, that's strange. We don't know what it is, but we can't actually see what it is because we're on Earth and it's like 3 billion miles away. It's like, I think of like a glitch, like there's one part in space that has absolutely nothing.
Right.
It's a barren nothingness, no stars, no nothing, can't see through it, can't do magnetic anomaly, can't look at it, or we can look at it, but we can't see through it, in it, anything.
Right.
Is it there if we can't, see inside of it? It's still there. It's there. We see it, but it could be just a glitch.
And that relates to what they call dark matter. I believe dark matter does not exist. I believe dark matter is the glue that holds this hologram together.
Me too.
It's the screen that the hologram projects on, and essentially you never know what it is because it's going to be impossible to track it down because you can't touch it, you can't see it, you can't feel it, but it calculates out and it says it's there. That's the background. That's what holds everything together.
That's dark, and we'll get into that in another podcast. I'm very sure I'm going to have you back on, sir. And we'll probably meet up here, maybe in a couple hours or something. I might, we'll go out and get something to eat and still talk. But
there you go. I wouldn't mind that.
I believe the same thing. Dark matter it's not dark matter. It's not dark per se. I say it's more binding. It's like a binding matter to the universe. Saying dark and light and all that just gives it like a negative effect, like anti.
Because you can't see it. Yeah, it's not dark. It's not there. It's just not. Right.
It's a construct that holds other constructs together.
Here's the idea I have of dark matter is that if you took away every star, every planet, every galaxy, took away everything, what's left is dark matter. What they call dark matter. What it is to put it in simple neolithic terms, it's the canvas.
Soup to the Cheerios.
It's the canvas upon which the universe is painted. That's what it is. That's a simple term for it. Especially for the viewers out there that are not scientifically oriented. You want to make it simple enough explanation, and that's such a true statement that it's the universe without the stars, the planets, the galaxies, and that's why it makes up the big percentage of what is, because even though it isn't, it's most of what's there.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's crazy that you look into the universe and you're like, oh, that's wonderful, but how many billions of miles of empty space is there before you're seeing this one star?
Right.
It's like
Exactly.
it's unsurmountable the amount of space that there is out there. Like,
Right. And when you think about the amount of stuff that's out there to say that all coalesced from a big bang, it's just incomprehensible. That's just
like
not
like we
fun.
talked about. I'm saying it's a kind of dimensional rift blast from another
Right.
dimension.
And that's it's something. There are things we will never understand.
Oh, yeah.
It's fun to talk about them. I've
Primitive.
done a lot of philosophical talking. Again, that book. I'm going to go one more time for your viewers.
No, and what comes
no
next?
escape.
Hey,
Again,
and believe me, sir,
it's cheap, it's fun, but it has all of that. And in fact, in that book, we actually, there's a thing where me and my partner, because it's a story about our fair booth actually, but it's, again, it's in an altered reality, and in one scene we go past and I describe the stars, the planets, and at the end we actually reach and meet God himself at the other end, the God entity, and learn about creation. It's really, there's a lot
that's
to it.
awesome though.
Yeah.
Like, so what comes next for you? What are you doing now? Do you have anything you're working on? Any theories, projects? Like, what's next?
So I do a lot of just general research and study. I'm always reading something and listening to the podcasts and talking to people and interacting with the institutions and people that do things. But I am working on another book. I was going to write. I had so many books. I had a book of books that I was going to write, and I lost them. I think it's almost fortunate because I had too many books to write in a lifetime. But my next book is going to be called, at least just a tentative title. It's not even started yet, but hopefully the next few months, it's going to be called Already Dead is the name of the book. And it's going to explain that we're not alive. We don't exist. We're not alive. We are part of the universe, but we're not alive. We're already dead, essentially. So it's going to be pretty cool.
I've got an idea for you. We'll talk after the podcast, but I'm actually working on I'm writing my own book actually right now.
Okay.
It's called The Sleeping Entity.
Okay.
It's about a journey through the ether and meeting different spiritual guides along the way, and how I got there, and we'll talk after this. But yeah,
that's the one. Hey, if we meet in person, my friend, I'll give you a copy of this book for free.
I would love it. I would love it. And actually, that I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read that book because it's so aligned with what I'm thinking right now.
Right.
And if you had unlimited funding, I'm going to give you unlimited funding for any research project you want to do. What project would you want to invest in?
Boy, that's a tough one because there's so many projects out there. I honestly think that, we got to talk about AI and all of that, which I think that I would love to fund a company to run a company that does research on the human brain, but on interconnecting. How they're talking. They can monitor your brain and actually see what you're thinking, like that.
Yeah,
I think that's it's scary, but it's very intriguing to be able to do that. And I just think that control of things without having to use a keyboard or without having to just by mind control. I think it's just really cool. And I think that there's a lot of engineering in that research right now, but I would love to research that myself.
Oh yeah, definitely. There definitely is. There's research into the actual hardwire into yourself, like research, like Elon Musk. And then there's another company like my friend Dave Spearing, he came out with. He's actually an entrepreneur himself. I should introduce you to. He does. He has the first neural uplink only for headset only.
Oh wow!
Not. It's a headset designed to monitor brain waves, and it has like a connector right here, but it doesn't connect your skin. It sits on the side.
Oh wow!
It monitors your brain waves and takes that thought into your earpiece that you're thinking like, I want this computer to move, this mouse, and it'll move without having a hardwired machine into your brain like
Right.
Elon Musk.
Right.
So he went the opposite way. He said, well, if thoughts can be, like you said, if thoughts can be, imaged and everything, then we should be able to, and that's what he did. He went from the beginning. He started imaging thoughts like, okay, I'm going to sit there at this computer and I want you, here's your script. You will only think about moving the mouse right, left, up, down. And as he did that, he scripted the machine to learn off of those thought patterns. And he developed this link device. I think it's called NIRQI, NIRAC. I'll have to give that to you. And it's remarkable. I can't wait to test this thing out. He has like a test of it, but it's incredible. Like, and just start from the beginning. Like you said, you told everybody here that's what they need to do. Start from the beginning, research the beginning, and build it up from there. And you will never know like the amount of possibilities you could come up with. Right.
It's like the other project that I worked on this years ago, was working on, they're again going back to Star Trek. They had a little tricorders where they can like see things in the medical devices and whatnot. So
that's almost like an X-ray.
Yeah, there's so many things you can do remotely that I don't know why they haven't done more research into it. I know we had it developed to where you could get the EKG remotely. You didn't have to touch a person, just point the device at them. There's so many things you can do, even blood pressure you can do remotely, but they haven't really done the research on how to make it accurate and consistent. And that's another project that I would love to get involved in.
That's really good. I know. I think I know one other person came up with. He came up with an idea. I don't think he made it yet, but the idea was vibrational energy medicine.
Right, I've heard
more the lines of you find out what the exact vibrational frequency of a cancer cell is, and you have a person walk through this energy conversion device around them, and the sound waves and the frequency waves will go into the body, and immediately they're gone. And you just walk out, cancer, no radiation, no burns. It's all internal, that. And I thought that's a great idea, but it's like, wow, that's way above my pay grade when it comes to like.
They have a lot of therapies that they have now are going on the electromagnetic inherent wavelength of the Earth, which changes from time to time. It's between, I believe,
like the Reiki masters.
Yeah, and that a lot of research has been done in that area too. But there's a lot yet to be done, and at the end, it's all about this. If you can't get,
I know.
If you can't get that, if there's no immediate gratification, then the researchers aren't going to do it. So that's why we need more people, And the problem is, again, in our country, I think you're going to find your experts overseas. You're not going to find them in America. And it's a shame. We lost our manufacturing. We lost all our brains.
Well, it's not per se that we don't have the experts here. It's that we don't have open communication to our experts here. Because if I had open communication with CERN, I would be like, hey, do we have alien life? Can I see the reports? Can I see your data? Can I do this? Can I do that? And they'll give it to me.
the reason I said what I said is that our American citizens, the United States, have no interest in science other than to know that, okay, the sun's going to rise tomorrow, and the meteor's not headed this way. They don't want to learn. They don't have an interest. I was shocked at how many people I have tried everything. I play with all kinds of different things. I put them all up on Facebook, and I've never gotten anywhere with it. As soon as I took this little $500 telescope and started putting up pictures of the nebula and the galaxies, all of a sudden I got like 1 million viewers and 100,000 connections on Facebook, and everybody loves it. Oh, we love your pictures, love your images. They don't know how to make them, but they love the images. See, that's the problem. They love the results, but aren't interested or willing to do the research themselves and to learn and to play.
And that's also how people get manipulated too, because they take the results and they don't do the research behind it to coincide with it, to say, okay, this is part of what I can believe.
That's right.
Okay.
So just keep in mind the Chinese, the Indians over in India, the Japanese, the other ones. There's a couple other oddballs. Even the Koreans, the South Koreans are very interested. And like I said, I'd say 80% of my friends on Facebook are from those countries because they're the only ones interested in doing that really want where they want citizen science. We'll call it citizen science. And it's good to see these days, even though it's not on the path we're talking, but it's good to see these days that people are getting involved in two things in this country. And one of them is space research. There's now citizen science where you can work with the telescopes that are out there and other things. They actually have a project where you can use your cell phone or whatever and do research to find pulsars and all this stuff. And the same with birds and whales. They've got things you can track the birds and the whales, and people are actually doing that, which is good to see. And that just started recently, so I'm really happy to see that people are getting. I encourage anyone at monitoring this podcast, if you're interested in stuff, get out there and do it. Go to the science fairs and talk to the kids that are what they're doing, because they're up and coming kids. They know what they have, no bias. I've talked to a lot of these ones in the science. I was in a science fair myself many years ago, and actually won it. But there's so many ideas out there. Most of them are coming from our youth today.
We must be interconnected, because that was my last question. How listeners can start thinking more expansively about reality. And I was thinking it as you just answered the question. Okay, I didn't even ask you the question. And you answered it. That's kind of strange.
This is how a podcast goes. We think alike. That's the problem.
Oh, wow. I'm just like, I was sitting here and I'm looking at it and I'm reading it in my head, because as soon as you were going to stop talking, I was going to bring up how listeners can start thinking more expansively about reality. Yeah. And before I even got a chance to say anything,
boom.
And I was just thinking it, okay, yeah. We definitely have to meet in person.
That's you're writing a book. That's your podcast is a book. Just think of it that way. And if you're podcaster, you're going to think alike. But no, seriously, everybody out there, get out there, go. And another thing you can do. This is a really good. I encourage adults and youth, the graduates of the high school, etc., to get out and offer their services to these maker fairs and science fairs. There's a lot, and we have a maker fair right here in Bloomsburg. It's just coming up, I believe, in next month.
Yeah, was it September?
No, it's in May, I think.
What's that? Oh, for that one, not for the fair, for the craft,
the children's museum.
Yep.
Get out there and look at what these kids are doing, and because they have these new ideas, they have unbiased minds. And you can, if you help them with their science, then you can become more involved, become part of the solution rather than the problem. It's even like with the environment, realize what's really going on. I would leave you with this thought, because here's a great one to research what's really going on with the environment. You'll find out that we do have a problem, but the solutions aren't what they're presenting, but there are solutions available. I'll leave it at that, because I don't want to get politically involved, but there are solutions, there are problems. And if you get with these kids that are up and coming, they want to solve these problems. They understand them. We don't, because we've lived with them. That's pretty much, I think that's a great conclusion at this point. It's going on past 2 hours. I've had a great
wow. It's just usually, like I said, usually we run like an hour and a half, but we just kept talking about it.
That I hope people don't sleep through it. I hope we were interesting enough that they listened for the whole podcast.
It was pretty interesting. It really was.
We did good.